probably I cannot convince anybody to come back. Give a present, Aldo.
Ali, I see you. I see that you are already celebrating.
Ali.
You also have.
There is also already here. Silvia,
Yes,
Silvia Brandi are ready.
Hi.
Neil also. Hi.
Are you on the street?
Are-
Neil, hi, Neil, hi. What are they? Why is night over there?
Because
Yeah.
Ali.
So we
Hello.
are here still.
So Ali, give us a little recap of what happened there. I see that you are already celebrating. This is great. Just if you can tell us briefly what
Okay,
happened.
let me just wear the headphone and I will. Okay, just wait a second.
The other notes, remember to mute. I'm also gonna rotate the camera.
Yeah, I'm like.
Ali,
So, can you see
Ali,
us?
before you start, let me just introduce a little bit what are we going to do today.
Okay, tell me. Okay.
Okay, so you can see that more or less we are all here. The jury is here, and I think that we can start. So this is
Okay,
the
first I would like.
Ali,
Yes, first I would like.
give me a second.
Aldo, can you hear me?
Yes, give me a second, and let me first introduce everyone, and then you can start to talk. Okay, so this is the last moment. This is the closing. This is the closing moment of our. Okay, yes, it's working. So this is the final moment of our journey. Global Summer School, as you know, is a program of 2 weeks. 2 weeks program that condensates all the activities that we do here in YAC. Is a program that for the first time, let's say that we try to make it a little bit bigger than usual in this edition. And what we are doing now is using all the power of our network, all the power of our alumni, in order to spread around the seeds that are cultivated here in YAC. So the Global Summer School is the best moment where we can actually test in a very short period of time our activities, our strategies, our philosophy, and we can do it not only in one place, but in multiple spaces, in multiple cities. This time we achieved to do it in Beijing, Beirut, New York, Moscow, Tehran, Barcelona, and it was an incredible experience. We had more than 10 lectures, 6 lectures globally organized. Every lecture was proposed from one of the nodes. The list of people talking was, the speakers was incredible, from Yona Friedman to Edward Cabey, to Nader Terani, and many others. We also host local lectures here in YAC. We had Willy Mueller, Luis Fraguada, Marc Montejo, and it was quite intense, let's say. So I guess also for your students, for the students of the other nodes connected, it was a good learning experience. That's basically the main reason why we are here. We are here to learn. We are here to explore. And each node explore one topic, one specific topic connected to the bigger, let's say, fil rouge that we have here. And the big fil rouge is the topic of the city. So we all know that by 2050, 80% of population will be living in cities, and we all know that we have a lot of issues that we need to solve. We need to understand what is going to be the role of citizens in the new city, what's going to be the equilibrium between nature and the built environment. We want also, while we talk, Beijing is already doing the part, we will do it afterwards. So, I mean, it was a space of experimentation. We talk about a lot of different stuff. Here in Barcelona, we discuss about computational design, digital fabrication, and robotics. And now is the moment to share with the rest of our network this experience. So let's have a look more or less this way to the experience and the path that the others not follow during these 2 weeks. So I'm going to now leave space to Ali Garakani to talk about, hopefully, what they did, if they managed to rotate the iPhone. Okay, so Ali, now is your turn. Welcome to the global presentation.
Okay, so first I would like to say hi to everybody. I'm here with my which both of us together coordinate the EAC Global School in Beijing. Unfortunately, right now it's kind of like 10 o'clock in the night here, and we just a group dinner, so for us it was kind of very difficult. But briefly, I'm trying to explain what was the topic and what was the agenda during the global school. Basically, as you know, China had nation in the past 50 years, and this lead to some tragic decision that happened in part of Beijing. So recently, there is a huge awareness raised for the historic part of Beijing. Of course, dramatically after the Chinese Revolution, and there's a multiple layer of change that happened in the historic part of Beijing, which is basically the idea was kind of focused on the urban area, or the most, the last preserved area of the Hudson, which is not quite Beijing, and not try to renovate this place, but go out and read this place and make a contribution based on the tools, technology and kind of uh, new way of understanding the space. One students at the beginning it was like a big cluster, but then they realized that each group, like each person, a personal interest and interpretation of the historic place, and they're like we going to end with 6 different groups, which we had video like more or less from, I don't know, 6 hours. 6 hours ago, maybe 10 hours ago, and we will upload. We also share the video with many of the final different models leaders, like backup. So I'm here to answer any question if this, and if not, I would like to wish luck for the rest of the presentation. I'm sorry, right now just time difference. It's a kind of limitation to us, but last night I think many of these students
Ali.
that can do is just going for the see.
Ali,
Aldo.
we cannot read very well. Your voice is
Aldo. Okay. Tell me.
I can move on to the next note, and eventually, if you can have a better connection, you can try to move.
Okay. So.
Do you? Otherwise, do you have any link that we can see here locally?
Deny some stuff, and the chance that I will contact the hands up later.
We will be uploading it.
Okay. So from myself, June, and that's our students, I would like to say goodbye. Let me go and we just say goodbye.
Okay.
Guys, I want to say goodbye to Barcelona. It's gonna be.
Okay, Ali, let me move to the other note because it was not very clear what you said. Okay? Bye. Bye. So let me just tell you a little story. Basically, you may know that in China it's not possible to access Facebook, Google, Gmail, and so on. So we hacked the system where when it was Beijing moment, Beijing turn to present the speaker, they trick a little bit the system, and that's also what they are doing now, but they are also having dinner now. Maybe too many complexities, they cannot handle it. So aside from this, let me see if Beirut is ready. Let me move to Beirut. Beirut? Hello? Hello, Beirut. Hello, Russia.
Hello guys.
Hello. So here in our global jury,
All right.
Jordi Vivaldi. Russia, before you start, let me say one thing. We have Jordi Vivaldi, Marco Garcia, Silvia Brandi, Aredi Marcopoulou, Eduard Cabei, Chirac Rangolia, Alex Gouar, George Stanojevic, Eugenio Petrucchi, and then Peter and Jonathan and Monish. So we have basically a lot of people here, and I'm very curious to see what you've been doing so far. So tell us a little bit about it.
All right. So first of all, hi, hello everyone. This is GSS Beirut. I'm gonna introduce the team. First of all, I'm Rasha, Stephanie, Michelle, Rafi, Ramiz, and Carla. We were working with 13 students. And Rita. So we're working with 13 students all along 2 weeks, as Aldo was saying. And they're going to present their project right now. They're going to talk about the site analysis, the presentation in terms of like the idea, the concept, and all along until we reach the prototype that we are sitting on right now.
Yeah, just maybe very quickly to say we were dealing with the issue of pollution in Beirut, and we were able, to collaborate with the chemistry department here, the analytics and atmospheric chemistry lab, and also the engineering aerosol lab. And now I think
Smail's gonna present, like, start off with the idea and the concept.
Hello everyone. Okay. We're gonna start with the concept, and the idea started with the collection of data from the chemistry department that is on campus. So we are on AB campus, and when we collected the data, we had to filter the data, and it actually give us. Four amounts and pollutants, and each four we have specific amounts for them, and each one has which are ozone, CO, NO2, and SO2, and these four according to their amount or level, we can it's, there is a formula to calculate, and when we have the number, we have a range, and if this range according to this range, it decided if it's if the air is dangerous for the people, or if it's not. And in this manner, we started our concept, which is the inflatables. And these inflatables work according to the data collection, which comes from the chemistry department live. So every 1 minute it updates, and we scripted on Grasshopper the formula, and will give us the AQI. And according to this AQI, the movement of this inflatable work. So the inflatables are actually connected to the structure that you see behind me. And they are connected to a pump, which is connected to an Arduino, and the Arduino is connected to a laptop which calculates all these numbers. So, and then the movement of these inflatables work faster when there is more pollution, which is at peak hours, concluded from our site analysis. And then the movement of these inflatables, so they deflate and inflate slower, like in when we are at rest. When the air pollution index is lower, which is good. So now I'm gonna leave the presentation for Isabella to talk more about the site analysis that we did.
Hello. So our prototype right now is in front of our department due to technical issues, but the site is really at the Hostler gate of our university. Now we have a small presentation about the site analysis, which produced the generation of the form. We need to share the screen, so just a moment. The project is called Nafas, which means breath in Arabic, and it's basically mimicking the performance of a human lung. Now we need to share the screen. Is it working? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let me start. Can you see the presentation, the PDF? I can't hear anything. No, no, he can. Wow, this is ability now. Okay, just go ahead. Continue. Okay, so this is basically the sports center of our university, and this red dot here is our site, which is right at the gate, which enters the university, and a big road, highway, and the corniche, which is a promenade for people to walk. It's a public space, and this is a private university space. So this is the public access, and this is the student access. We started to also map the circulation patterns and the movement patterns on the site, and this is what we came up with. And these are the formal and informal seating areas. Here we have no seating areas, even though it's a waiting area for students so that they can take their rides and cars. And this is like public benches for fishermen and people who are just walking near the seafront. We also analyzed the visual angles from which our installation can be seen, and the angle which our people at our installation can look at the site. And we also conducted a solar analysis to see where the areas on site are shaded and where we need some shading for the installation. So this is a 3D model we generated with a 3D model we generated to analyze the wind patterns on site. And Faris is going to talk about this. No, it's something else. Later.
Hello, I'm Mario, and I'm going to be talking about the digital fabrication process. Okay. So, as Isabella said, our form came out through mimicking mostly the lung and how it's made. So, after our site analysis, we managed to conduct several study models for our ribs. So eventually, using Rhino and Grasshopper simultaneously, we managed to create an organic shape that welcomes the visitor and also the public space in order to activate the site. So using sectioning, we managed to create the different series of the benches as well as for the ribs. And we used the workshop and the tech labs in order to take advantage of the CNC machines and the laser cutters. This is a structural model to see if the canopy and also the ribs holding the IVs with the inflatables. Now, Faris will continue. Danielle will continue.
Hi, I'm Danielle. Okay, so like Ismail said, the main concept that we wanted to work with is this mimicking the movement of your lungs. So the way we did this is we used the different units that we created in the installation to act as vertical members. So we have one main pump, which is connected to many primary pumps, many primary tubes, which run along the vertical ribs, and then these vertical tubes distribute into the horizontal tubes that are running around the secondary elements, and this is where the air is supplied to the medical bags, and then these bags inflate according to the data that's coming in, which is connected which is coming to the Arduino, which is connected to the pump. And now Faris is going to talk about how the Arduino is working.
Okay, I'm gonna show you a video first. Sorry, 1 second.
Okay. Just press play.
Okay, so as you can see here in the video, you can see how it's inflating and deflating, and it's actually controlled by the index numbers coming from the data, as my colleagues talked about from the head of the chemistry building. So we map these data through a formula that we devised into a rate of which the pumps can actually inflate and deflate the bags, as you can see in the video. Now you can see, you can imagine this on a larger scale, and that which applies to our structure. Yes. Now, okay. So I think you can see. They can see the presentation, right? Okay. So basically, we used a Raspberry Pi, and then it's got links on Arduino that can link them to the sensors. As my colleague said, the basic electronics that were used were sensors-wise, such as temperature control, pressure control on the pump, so that it stays safe, and there are lightings that interacts with the data according to a certain threshold. For example, the colors linked to certain compounds, chemical compounds, CO, SO2, NO2, and CO, SO2, NO2, and what was the fourth? Yeah, exactly, carbon monoxide. So, and we also map these chemical compounds according to their toxicity to how much the inflation goes. So we made circuit boards, we made the switching circuits, and they got all linked together in a box hidden behind the structure. And that's exactly it. Now, next, my colleague Stephanie will talk. Okay, Stephanie.
Hi, this is Stephanie. Just to recap, for the past 2 weeks, we've been having extensive tooling sessions for the students. It's been very beneficial. They've got introduction to Arduino, physical computation, parametric modeling, and Grasshopper. So the idea was to make use of analyzers located within the university facility that produce real-time data pertinent to levels of the different elements in the air to give an idea of the air quality in real time. So we decided to make use of this real time and to create an installation or some sort of an urban furniture that would be used by the students and also communicate and make it known to the public who are using the Corniche on a uh, daily levels to communicate the quality of air at the different times. So the inspiration came from the idea of the human lung, and we decided to correlate the level of toxicity in the air to the frequency in which the bags inflate and deflate. So the worse the air quality is, the faster is the frequency. So you feel that there's some sort of a panting. It's like some sort of a metaphor in which we elaborated a script that translates the real-time data into codes that allow the pump to operate in this manner. So for the fabrication part, the outcome is a bench, including like some sort of a shading canopy. The form came as a result of the site analysis, and the skin consists of IV medical bags that would inflate and deflate in relation to the data. And I think we're gonna show you, maybe we're gonna move closer to the installation and show you how it works. So given the time constraints, we were able to produce this like CNC, all the different pieces. We used the sectioning technique for the bench, and it was a total of a day and a half to produce all that. The prototype is working, and we're gonna demonstrate how it does right now. So.
Gonna create some sort of a lot of noise, so bear with us, please.
Rasha, after this installation, I'd like to move to the queue so we can keep our schedules.
I didn't hear what you say, sorry. I didn't hear you.
Rasha, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, tell me.
Oh, I was saying, show us the installation, and then if you can give us a little recap, I will move to the comments from the jury.
Sure, sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know something just about sure. Sure. But to listen to the jury. So, guys, jury, please. Yeah.
So I was saying, do you want to show us a little bit the installation, and then we move to the jury?
Okay, so should I mute?
No. Just if you can show us around a little bit what you built.
Sure, okay. So, okay, I'm gonna take off the... Alright, so this is, I don't know if you can see, this is the bench, alright? And it's 4 meters in total length. And these are the, can you come a bit? These are the inflatables. These are vertical.
No, they're not in, because I think there's something on yours. But I don't know if you took a picture of it.
Not carbon.
Bye-bye.
Hi.
Ciao, Carmen.
Ciao.
Ciao, I'm gonna mute you.
She's still. But anyways, okay. So these are the inflatables. Can you come closer to the party? No. Okay. So this is the bus that is pumping the air, which collects the data. I don't know if you can see it. So it collects the data. It sends the message to the pump, sorry. which analyze the air that is coming up over here. These are the pumps in between the structures. That's the air to every unit. So in the air is fluid and the fluid based on the data that is received about the air quality index. So, and if you reach the end, so it's 4 meters.
Talk about the cats. Okay.
And the cats just access it eventually.
From this other side.
So, Tasha?
Yeah.
Perfect. I'll say that our jury can do some comments. One quick instruction to the jury. We have.
Okay. Just give me a minute just to connect the the speakers, please.
Okay.
Let's please listen.
For the jury, basically, you have 10 minutes to do the comment. So you can no, each no. So short comment spot. Okay. Good. So guess who's gonna start with the comments?
All right.
Areti.
Of course, Areti. Wait.
We say, Stephanie.
Hello.
Congratulations, first of all. I think it is excellent to see that in 2 weeks you managed to pass from computational design, environmental analysis, into physical computing and fabrication. I find that it is a beautiful idea to rethink our urban elements, and it's also a beautiful idea to rethink that those, hi guys, to rethink of how those urban elements can be performative in the city. You are offering a kind of a new urban infrastructure where it's not only about standing and staying and sitting, but it's also a kind of an awareness machine, right? An awareness, let's say, installation. And I think that is pretty interesting if we start thinking all those kind of static elements that today they barely communicate nothing to the users and to the environment. So in that sense, I congratulate you. As maybe a next step would be interesting to see, whereas this kind of dynamic scheme, it's not only visualizing data with its performance, but it can also become a kind of a filter for those contamination data. Know how we can start thinking maybe of a material surface that is able to clean the air for the area to see. Then you know that when it's green, you run into the vents to sit in order to protect yourself from the rest of the area. No, but otherwise, I think it is great. It's great to see it in one-to-one, and I really hope that the students and the visitors of the UAB will be using it. And I also think that it's great that you place it into the cornice. We have been there. It's a beautiful, beautiful area and campus. So next time I will be there, I hope I will be able to use it. Congratulations.
To congratulate, because I think the work that we did is it's fantastic, given the time to be able to construct one, to be able to sit and to present directly from what you've been producing. It has to be a great feeling, and it's very nice from here to see that you've gone there. Congratulations for the woodwork. Congratulations for operating these machines and putting together a structure that is stable, that is usable. I think it's already a great achievement. But in my opinion, it's nothing compared to the rest of the project, to the system that we put in place that gathers data, that works with pressure, and that eventually demonstrate or shows a situation that happens within the city, or actually anywhere in the environment. I think it's interesting to create structures that communicate. I think often when we see buildings, maybe when we see architecture, we are maybe not able to understand how it is constructed, how it operates, how it works, how does it deal with climate, how does it deal with all the functions that it needs to do. So to actually take the functioning of something and to really put it forward and to say that a building can be a thermometer, an installation can be something of which the main purpose is to communicate, to raise awareness, to raise consciousness. I think it's a very interesting topic that I think we should do more within the city. For a moment, it made me think of maybe of vernacular architecture, because in vernacular architecture, it's always quite, the moment you get interested, the moment you start to analyze a piece of vernacular architecture, you can almost immediately start to understand how it works, how it was built in terms of the materials, how does it operate, how does it work in terms of the climate, and these interventions that are maybe the main part of architectural history. They have this part of communicating what they are and letting the users and the visitors understand why they have a certain shape. So I find really fascinating the installation of the plastic bag, and I think maybe you should consider presenting your project from the other way around, because as much as I like the bench and the structure, I think it's little compared to the other side of the installation. And I think this is where you should also push the project, no? Because at the moment you work with a balloon that has, or an inflatable that has a certain shape, that has one shape, that has one scale, and I was wondering how you could push this so that it could maybe communicate even more. And I don't know if it's about integrating a colored gas within it, that reaches maybe opacity when it's very well inflated, and that becomes very translucent when it is little inflated. So suddenly there is a relationship between the contamination level of the air and the transparency of the system. Maybe it can be something that is about the geometry, changing the geometry, maybe can inflate light in a certain way. So I think that what you've done is it's a very good maybe first version that I think definitely has a lot of future and has a lot of research that you can continue to inject into it. The environmental analysis that you do, for me, is less interesting in terms of designing the overall shape than maybe designing the system or the unit or the wall as a composition of units. So again, really well done for what you've done. I think you'll reach a great level. But I really like to see it only as the beginning of something that each of you can now take, that you can also publish over the internet, and that even others can take, because I think it's a project that definitely has a very nice future ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can we just answer about your questions so that we don't forget? Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, Edward, just for you were talking about the gas color in the bags and how to do the different level of transparencies. Actually, we were working also on the lights, so the air quality index was controlling two things: the rhythm of the inflation and deflation of the bags, but also a certain color coding with LEDs on the structure. And we also we were thinking of putting shading patterns on the different bags. So when it inflates and deflates, it also creates a different shading pattern for the bench and the people sitting on the bench. As for Areti, she mentioned also materials that can clean the air and help the air getting more fresh. We also thought about this, but we had a hard time finding this in the market. So we had to do more research about it, and it would have taken a lot of time to do this. So we did the best with the elements and the tool that we had around us and locally. As for that, thank you very much for your comments, and waiting for more.
Hello, Ali. Hello, Ali. Hello, Ali. We see you there, right?
Okay.
Another comment?
Saying hi to Ali.
Saying hi to Ali.
Good. So, perfectly in time.
And now we saw Ali, by the way. So
we saw him before us.
Hello, Ali.
Say hi.
Hola.
Hola.
Et tu, ça va?
Good. So, thank you, Beirut.
Thank you, Beirut. Thank
Good. So, I would say that now we can try to move to Tehran. Let's see if the guys are ready. Lily, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, can you hear us?
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Nice to see you. So, how it goes there?
Great, how are you guys?
Samir.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi.
Hello. So, first of all, introduce Nami.
Hello. Can you hear us?
Introduce yourself, guys. With all. Good, good. You know a little bit of global school. So, if you, and Lily, yourself, and then we move to the project.
We can't really hear you. Sorry.
Can you hear
Your
me?
voice is less
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. So I was saying, before starting the explanation of the project, if you just can
Yes.
introduce the team that is working there. Okay.
Okay.
Factor.
So, hello from, we're in Tehran Urban Innovation Center. We're very grateful that they lent this space to us for the past 2 weeks. It's Tehran's first real research center for architecture and urbanism. So we're very proud to have been their kind of opening event here. We have a team of 9 students. They're mostly from universities and architecture schools in Tehran, mostly master's and bachelor students.
Yeah.
We have myself, Mehran, who you know we both went to IAC, obviously. Ali Bahawi, our great tutor from Helio Ripple Studio. We have many incredible assistants, Lily, who you know, Mahdi, who you know, and 3 girls who are behind the scenes, but they've been really helpful, and without them we wouldn't have been able to achieve what we have. So we're gonna start with the first project. The first project was a group project. For the first week, the 9 students all completed one task. So we wanted them to get the same kind of the tools under their belt and collectively work on the same concept. So we completed this project in about 6 or 7 days, I believe. So we're going to have this presentation.
HDMI. بعد استلام بیارم بلندگو
Just waiting 1 minute for this.
Hello from Tehran. I'm going to present our first task.
Try to talk in the closer to the PC. Can you talk closer to the laptop, to the microphone? Hello.
In Tehran, and we were introduced to the principles of data collection by doing it. So we assembled a smart electronic component which allowed us to record 4 kinds of data. They were voice, temperature, humidity, and CO2. Now we show you some slides that it talks about it. Then we aim to materialize our data based on principles of digital fabrication and also combining it to casual fabrication methods. And here you can find 9 locations where we recorded our data in these 9 different parts of Tehran that we were divided in 3 groups named blue, green, and red. Each group were allowed to go and take data collections of different parts of Tehran, and at the end we combined all of them in this one project. We can see these materials that show us about how the voices were messy, or they were not, there were quiet places, or there were so crowded places. In the crowded places we had very excuse me, tense. Okay. This was the sensor that we, I don't know if you can see it or not. This was the sensor that in different parts of it, we take this to the places, and it collected our data with these.
Share screen
I saw that. You can see it. Okay. It has different sensors on it. We use CO2 and humidity, voice, and temperature sensors on it too. Yeah, collect our data, and at the end we combine 3 groups together to present all together one project for the task 1. Now we can see the slides that we have here. It shows different parts of our task, the task 1 in different regions. We have spirals that show the sounds and frequencies of the data that were collected. Now we want to present 3 videos that our 3 groups made for our task 1. Okay. Yeah. Next one.
Flash, flash. Open bit, open bit, open bit. Open bit.
Look at his face.
Vay be. بعدين این اسپیکر کار میکنه
نه دادو
ساوندشو آره خب پس بعدش آخر پرزنتیشن اینم بودش
نه نه زوم نشد آخر اوکی
نمیتونی توضیح بدی
Yes. In this slide, you can see our copper notes that they show about the spaces that the data were collected, and we made them in the spiral spaces, and they put them in the conductive copper sheets that presents that we present them with electronic components, and you can see here our node placements, and that they are placed in engraved map of Tehran. And now we want to show you that how our test one works. Let me see.
چجوری screen share کنسل کنم چجوری screen share stop میکنیم
Can you see?
Okay, so you can see one of our little pieces of data is all made from copper rod. So the actual materiality of the sculpture translates to the sensor pad that's left below and translates it to the Arduino and our sound output. So what we have is a running kind of soundscape of the whole 9 points, and by coming close to one point, it will amplify the sounds from that specific region. So it kind of turns into this active sound map of the city.
When you come near one of our copper nodes, we can hear the noise that we, not noise, actually the voice that we collected from different parts of different regions of our city. And now.
And we also have a projection that would be playing, but for the sake of this presentation, we haven't run it. But it would be displaying the other data around the node. For example, the humidity, the temperature, and the CO2 would also be shown on the map, like in the last image that we showed you in the presentation. Oh,
Okay, very good. Next step.
Our first task is finished, and we will
We'll invite
you to see our next task.
Yes.
So, okay.
There's a presentation.
I want to do a last.
We're going to give you a quick introduction to task 2.
Okay.
After collecting data collectively, the 9 students for task 1. In task 2, they split into 2 different groups, in which one group went to create a smart furniture that would be interactive, and the second group created a game. This game is made up of blocks in which you can move around the city blocks, and it will explain to you the parameters of how it works. So the smart furniture is up first.
این ویدیو خب پس عکس‌ها خوب، سلایدها خوب. بریم اسلایدها. خب این پرزنتیشن. اسکرین شیر دیگه. اسکرین شیر. ببین نداره. ببین اسکرین. Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay. Hi, I'm Ali. I'm gonna present you the second project. Okay. With attention to overcrowding and pollution in Tehran and the incident that occurred between people in the city, we look at the effect of Tehran's urban space on its citizens and vice versa, which is citizen of the city.
Can you talk? Can you talk to the microphone directly? Hello?
Intervention. Hi, you hear me?
Iran, please can you talk closer to the microphone?
Yes. Yep. Okay. Now you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna start from the beginning. With attention to overcrowding and pollution in Tehran and the incident that occurred between people in the city, we look at the effect of Tehran's urban space on its citizens and vice versa, which is citizen on the city. We reached the decision to strategically measure citizen heartbeats in selected intervention points in the city. After a point which enough data is collected from the citizen, we can compare various points of the city and extract the healthiness of those locations to discover a new zoning in Tehran based on the collective inputs. A multitude of factors exist in the city of Tehran that affect the health and well-being of its citizens and their space. My city beat analyzes the user's heartbeat in conjunction with the immediate surrounding, streaming data to mobile and online platforms that empower citizens to monitor their personal health from its network of data across the city and an urban system of an interconnected and universal accessible health system.
Sorry to interrupt again. Okay. Is there a presentation that you want to show us? Because we were
yes, so now someone's going to explain the slides.
Okay, because we were stuck in only on one picture. Okay, go on.
Okay. Hi everyone. I'm going to continue this presentation. As you can see in these pictures, we have made some kind of device. It's some kind of urban furniture with lights and made of MDF sheets, and I will show you further. As you can see in this diagram, this procedure has 3 main parts, 3 main steps. The input, which is you can sign in your account, touch the heartbeat sensor,
It will record your data, send it to the Arduino processor in the second step, and at the end, we've got 4 main outputs, which are your health data, your heartbeat health data, that will be shared on the social network that we've made on the internet. We'll show you how it works in the further videos. We made an application. You can install it on your iPhone. You can install it on your Android device. You can record your health data. Your health data will be uploaded by the GPRS or any kind of internet mobile networks to your account. And the most important part of using this device is that people can track their health, their heart beating, they can track their health, and finally we'll get a new zoning by the health data in any city around the world. This diagram represents a simpler kind of the last diagram. In these pictures, you can see your structures. It's made by MDF sheets. It's a waffle structure. The vertical grid along the x-axis, along the y axis, and they combined together and made the waffle, the final waffle structure that will be covered by the MDF sheets around it and a translucent shell. This is the map of our capital, Tehran. We've suggested some places to put this furniture, the more beautiful one, and our final render with people around it, people who are using it, and the structure that I've told before, and the final image is our application that it's some kind of Kickstarter application, and you may use it in the future. And I'm gonna show video the steps and open bits.
Should we stop and grab some shit? And this is a live demo of our chair, our model. So there's the heartbeat sensor.
This is small. Just say something.
I can hear my heart. Can you hear it?
Just gonna walk you over to the second part of task 2 really quickly.
So Lily, I would say that you have 10 minutes more if you need to present something, and then we move to the critics. Okay, exactly. So 10 minutes more to explain this third prototype, and then we will move to our jury. Hello.
This is our project. As you can see here, uh,
Hello everyone, you can see us. This is our project that we study on the density of the city. Before I explain our device, I want to show you our slide that how we received this. Yes.
No, no, no. Fuck.
hello everybody, sorry for the distraction. This is our project with the name of Vauxhall City. We worked on the building density in Tehran. Building density variation in different parts of Tehran ignited us to think of these discrepancies. Some parts of our city are densely stacked and the others convey low density. We thought of balancing these regions so that to generate a moderate environment. As you can see in the slides, there are buildings with different heights, and we thought of balancing these parts. Our most dominant goal in this project is to create an easy-to-use tool suitable for different range groups. Not only can we use Vauxhall City to communicate with clients in urban design issues, but we can also apply it in urban design educational fields. In this project, we defined simple cubes to present the density of the city, applying them on the 10 to 10 centimeter main grid and 2 to 2 centimeter grids to prepare the context for the cubes. As you can see in the slides here, there is the main grid for our city. The assembled cubes represent the city with predefined rules. The rules for these places are defined according to city density, area, and the neighborhood proximity. A kinetics sensor here is applied to detect the cubes and their arrangement in agreement with our rules. And consequently, the collected data from the sensor is calculated within the grasshopper context, and then the regions or the blocks with errors are illustrated through the projector here. And you can see the diagram. And we have two ways for projecting our outputs. One of them is the LED here that shows the current situation under its base, and the video projector from the above that projects errors. We defined some rules for our Connect game. The rules are as follows. The first one is for the block's height. A maximum height for the blocks is set to prevent the abundance of density specific for each zone. It means that the blocks are not permitted to be piled up more than a specific number. And the second rule is about the area distribution to control the distribution of the cubes in each zone according to its occupied area. And here you can see the third rule about the green space that is aimed to create a diverse green environment by limiting the height of near blocks to provide viewpoint for each part. And about the next rule about public buildings or some other buildings you can consider by your choice. Some of the blocks are created with different colors which are designated to represent public buildings needed for the zone. The ratio between the public buildings and the base modules is calculated, and the results are shown via the projector. And this slide shows our procedure. You can see our modules. We used our first test was making the blocks with resin with predefined frames, but we failed it, as you can see in the pictures, because of their appearance and some of their characteristics, such as their transparency or their opacity. We couldn't project it well, so we changed our procedure and turned it into wooden blocks.
Now we're gonna be show you the video that explain our work. Video.
Nice group. Final part one. Right click. Open with DLC.
Okay.
Okay. Şefini stoppa.
So guys, this is our project. I think you understand what we are talking about. We are talking about the density of the city. We make a device here, the tools that everyone can use it. I think the student, architect, and urban designer, everyone. And this device that we make, it's gonna be work with the cubes. The cubes explain as a urban buildings, and you can put it together and play as a game, and you can show, and we will give you the zone, and you can try to work with that, and as the rules that we consider for this device, it will give you the errors. For example, I will show you here. Which one is see, this is the green, okay? It's mean everything is well. So, for example, as a rule, if you put more height, because of the density here, when I put it, the cubes on each other, it will be red. It show our height is very, it's more than what we expected. So I hope this device, it can be developed. Yeah, it's developing project, so we can add more rules and show more details. I think it's This is what I want to explain. Just.
Guys, it is a very, very nice one. No, no, I'm gonna now congratulations. Really nice. So I'm gonna now pass it to the jury. Who wants to go? Alex?
Congratulations. I have to admit that we have a really high year into it to reach incredible levels of technology and complexity. You hear me? Yeah? Okay, so I'll repeat. Congrats for your amazing work. I think that in 2 weeks you achieved a high level of complexity in terms of technology and succeed to integrate it in a nice proposal for architecture and maybe also not only architecture, but you're speaking about installation for helping people to understand how their own city live and maybe communicate more on their feeling inside. I like the heartbeat idea about how we believe we live in our cities and how we actually have our emotion linked. And I think that we have an amazing start to think further how we can integrate user interface and user, how do you say, thinking into this process of design of the urban space. So I'm really glad about the results, especially when you see that you start to transform urban design in a simpler way, that actually everybody can start to design and think that actually they can influence their city is something that is really impressive. I think that you can, linking digital world and physical world, you have this huge possibilities of explaining complex things in a simple manner. I was trying to think how to connect your initial analysis of the site, for example, when you speak about sound and temperature and humidity. It's also something that you could visualize in your same model that you design at the end. You could clearly show how displacing the block could protect certain area from the noise, and maybe you could have this overlay between these two things. So taking data from the real world, putting it back to the virtual, using real model to interact. So I really like the way you go both back and forth between the two worlds. And it seems with the easy, such an easy way that it seems to be simple, and that we know it's not that simple. So really congratulations for the amazing job, and pleasure for the project further.
Hello guys, congratulations from my side as well. We are really impressed to see how you managed in such short time reach such a high level of products on one side and complexity on the other side, because you really, with the 3 projects, you managed to link various layers of the city that goes from the citizen participation to the interaction, and you really manage in all of the 3 devices, let's say, to make this link between the citizens and the city, which is like the biggest jump, and you managed to do it in a coherent way. So from my side, just congratulations, and I would like to push you to develop the 3 projects forward, because they really have a great potential that can go far beyond this exercise. Because in the 3 of them, you are discovering something and can really reach another level. So just a suggestion to push it forward from my side. Thanks.
Hello guys, congratulations on the kind of we were talking a bit during the presentation, and I guess that everyone wanted to be there and test the prototypes. I guess that this is something that is very important when we are talking about user interfaces and the possibility to generate interest in the users, from which we can start to have that, in many cases, awareness or interaction. This is something that it's very important, and we really personally, personally really appreciating the three projects that you presented. So as Sylvia and Alex were saying a bit, try to push forward this project. Also, generating maybe would be interesting to see more data visualization and how from also maybe from Barcelona we can see the visualization of the different data that we are collecting with the second prototype, for instance. This would be really interesting. So on the one hand, we have the possibility to see the first data visualization, but then how can we collect this data and visualize it maybe on an urban map? This is going to be really interesting. About the third project, I was really interested in the possibility to generate user involvement through something that is so simple apparently like a game. I mean, in Sicily, in Italy, in my country, they opened the first school of architecture for children. Then you can go there when you have 10 years during summer and until the 15th, basically. So you can start to play with architecture. This is something that's, for myself, very interesting. And I would like to see if it's possible to continue something like this and maybe bring it in other places. It's super nice. Congratulations.
There is 2 minutes if you want to do a comment.
So from my side, congratulations as well. The technological level that you have showed today, it's quite impressive. I think all of us we are impressed by this. In relation to the second project, I found very suggest and a bit scary this idea of zoning by health data. However, I think it has a great potential, and I especially like how you move into the urban furniture. So we are kind of rethinking what are we doing when we are sitting in the public space. No? Until now, we are sitting, we were speaking, and that's all. And the fact that you're adding other functionalities and other ways to use the public space, I think it's very interesting for us. And in relation to the third project, besides that aesthetically it's quite attractive, at the same time, obviously it leads to a city participation in a very easy manner that I think that everyone would wanted to be there and start moving the boxes and playing with it and seeing which are the results on the screen. Finally, in general, as a general comment, it seems that you're using data, especially now in these 2 weeks, to visualize and to indicate what is happening to the city. Probably the next step would be to see how can you manipulate with your project that data that you're receiving. No, but in general, I congratulate you, and it's a very good work.
Only 1 second. I know there is no time, but Romy, Mohit, and the team, I just want to say that the level, I am impressed with the level of the work, but I am also impressed with the variety of the topics that you are tackling with the 3 projects. And I really do push you to think of keep on working into a couple of more and set up an exhibition, because that is very, very, very nice work. And I also want to congratulate the faculty, because I know you're moving your heads, okay? Because I know that there has been like great support from you guys, but this is really, really, really very good work for 2 weeks. So congratulations from my side.
Thank you. We have an exhibition tomorrow. You're all invited. 4 o'clock. So see you.
Well done, guys.
See you there.
Now, respecting our schedule, we are 10 minutes late, so let's have a 30 minutes break, and we will start again at 5:45. Okay? We will have a short presentation by Moscow, New York, on what's their situation right now. Okay. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. We're going to switch rooms and then we will be connecting. Are you guys ready?
We need 2 minutes. Don't worry. Switch the room.
Okay, we need 2 minutes too. Thank you.
Iran, remember to turn off the microphone. Mute it, guys. Hello, you're beautiful. Mary, Moscow. Mary, can you hear me? Moscow. Let's try also with Moscow. Hello, Maria.
Yes, hello, how are you?
Good. Ciao,
Okay, we're
Elena.
here
Ciao, Marcella.
now, but 10 minutes, yes?
Well, 5 minutes, yes.
Okay, we'll be here.
Moscow. If you, Marcella,
Dimmi.
do you need more time? I
We
can.
need 7 minutes, yes?
Okay. I can move to Moscow. Let me move to Moscow. 1 second. I'm gonna mute.
I'm muted. Okay, yes. We can do Moscow and then,
Perfect. Yes. I'll move to Moscow and then we come back to you.
Okay.
Maria. Moscow. Elena. Hello. Hello. Let's try a little bit. I can hear you a bit far, but I can hear you and I can see you. Let's close the.
And unfortunately, we couldn't do the presentation here on Sunday. We'll do with the local jury tomorrow, but we'll be able to join us. And we're happy. Here we have 14 great participants here. And yes,
Maria, we cannot hear you very well.
very much
Can you talk a little bit closer to the microphone? I'm gonna say probably what you are trying to say. So Moscow is concluding tomorrow to Global Summer School, and the same situation is for New York. Basically, in Moscow now, at the Strelka University, where they are holding the Global Summer School, they are also hosting an event. So actually, it's quite an accessible space. But tomorrow they will have a proper room and time to present what they have been doing. Moscow also has been very active during these days, and I have to say also that they have collaborated in a very good way with us. They send us every day pictures and images that you can find in our blog. We have a daily blog with our daily activities, and Moscow and New York actually were the more active. They were always in time in sending us the output of their work from every day. So tomorrow we will also collect the material from them, and we will publish on our website. So I think it's, Maria, I guess this is more or less everything, I guess, from your side. If New York is ready, I guess we can move there. Otherwise, we have to wait a bit. Marcella, can you hear me?
I like your accent.
Pietro, okay.
Yeah,
This is really in progress.
I think what we want to say is that we isolated data from each place.
Carmen, we can hear you. So I'm gonna unmute the microphone.
We're trying to reproduce that by having interactions with lights that represent how we felt in each environment, using light, using
Carmen,
rate.
New York, can you hear me?
Using CO2 levels. Yeah.
Hello, New York.
Okay, so Carmen, just say this.
Marcella.
Say that this is just one unit that we're still testing. The lighting is from inside. It will be.
Wait, I can put them. See. Yeah, but this is, let me see if I can write something on the chat. New York, we are ready. New York.
This is what we're gonna get. That's the. That's so. Yeah. Don't worry. That will do.
New York.
Partially. So like this.
Marcella.
Now kind of zoom in. Like
Marcella,
even this.
I can hear you.
Okay. Good. Yes.
I thought
Yes,
it's gonna be
yes.
great.
So.
In pictures, yes.
Very nice.
Wait, I want to see what Moscow did. Go to the.
In pictures, gonna be great.
Marcella.
Yeah, they're not presenting much. I don't know.
So we are ready for New York if they can hear us. Let me see.
Aldo, here.
Okay, good.
Did you hear us? No?
Yeah. Oh yes, we were trying to talk to you, but you were talking with the other instructors there. So if you can turn on the camera.
That's why. Hi, everybody.
Exactly. Hello.
Hi.
Marcella, if you can a little bit introduce.
Can you see us? We're right here.
I don't see you still.
Here?
Oh yes, good.
Great.
And can you introduce a little bit the team and then in general talk about the project? Thank you.
Actually, if you want, I'm gonna start with the presentation because I have everybody on slides.
Ah, perfect.
Okay. So I'm gonna do share screen right now. Can you see?
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah. You can see us, right, too? Or
yes,
just?
We can see you.
Okay, great. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Good to see everybody. So as you know, it's Sunday today. So we're still working. Tomorrow is going to be our final review at 2 o'clock. So it's right here. It's only 4 of us. And so Fred Parker is one of the students that also will present, show the work in progress. Pietro right here, Carmen right here, and at me. So we're going to give you a brief introduction about who we are. And so this is the team. So myself, Maria also was working with us as kind of platform in terms of interacting with Terraform space. Pietro and Carmen work on the coding, and Frank and Nancy work on the prototyping component. So we are very lucky because we are in an amazing space that maybe you can see a little bit. So we are in Brooklyn, in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. We are in a new space which is called New Lab that just opened 3 or 4 weeks ago. Maybe I can show you a little bit around right here. And so this is where we're working, but also this is where we're going to install the piece tomorrow. So here there is a shop. So we'll be working here as a studio, but also as a fabrication as well. So I just give you a super quick introduction about the overall framework about the project. So we work with these 5 categories. So the overall framework, the context, the type of data, the coding and prototyping, up to the final output that it will be a one-to-one, a full-scale, responsive urban machine. So we frame the work through this notion of social ecologies, and we work with the relationship between interaction between the social ecologies and the environmental system of the city. In particular, we work on 2 scales. So with the macro scale as environment and the macro scale as the body. So we have been working at the body scale as a kind of active component to understand context, to understand the city. And in particular, we work with the interaction between the 2. So from environment and context, and body and biometrics. You will see this in a minute. So we work on 4 prototypical sites in New York, which we're going to show you in a minute as a way to collect the data. As I said, we had 2 sets of data. So the environmental sensors looking at sound, light, temperature, humidity, and CO2, plus in conjunction with body sensors. So looking at earth rays, stress sensors, and skin conductivity as well. As a second step, we work on the translation of data, and in particular, as you will see in a minute, we work with pneumatic structures as a kind of generative component to develop the final machine. So as already mentioned, this is our final output, understanding urban machine as an inhabitable space, but also understanding this as a kind of inhabitable map that will translate the environmental and biometrics data of the city of New York through 4 prototypical sites, framed through the dynamics of social ecologies. So we see this as a kind of urban prototype, as a work in progress, and for sure we are all very excited how this can evolve in the future. So what you see is not only today, but also you will see this as a kind of prototype that will test certain type of relationships at the macro and the micro scale. And we really see this as a kind of plug-in system that will plug in potentially different sites in the city of New York, even though it's going to be installed here as a kind of first prototype. As you know, this is the 3 learning modules that we worked on, and this is the kind of very tight schedule that we had because we integrated a lot of lectures, also local lectures, and the tutorials and the kind of work. So the last week we mostly worked on prototyping and fabrication and coding. So we started with the data acquisition unit, which you can see right here, and where we use that as a kind of connection between the macro and the micro. And the first thing that we did the first day through the data acquisition unit, we went around 4 sites in New York. So each student plugged into the unit and moved around, walked around, and able to record the data from the city. So these are just some images of the first day, as you can see. So we went to 4 sites, and Jet is going to talk about this. And what time?
Are you sharing the screen? There is any presentation that you're sharing?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I cannot see it. Don't worry. Go on the left side of your window. There is
really? So you didn't see anything of what we show?
No. I thought you were talking without presentation.
Okay, let me see if you can see right now.
I see, yes, I see your desktop.
Okay, now?
I would do that. No,
Can you see?
I still see ourselves. Look, I was telling you, basically on the, exactly, you can decide what, yeah.
I hope you would have told me. That's that's what we did.
Okay, perfect. Keep it like this without putting in full screen.
Okay, that's what it is, I think. Okay, so we're just gonna, I'm not gonna go back. So you didn't see any of this?
No, this one unfortunately we didn't see it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna go here. Well, you know the framework that we talked about. I'm just gonna start with this then. So the data collection unit, we went around the city. These are some images that maybe you have seen already from the Facebook page and some of the things that we have posted. So that's the first day. We went around the city. We worked on collecting the data from the 4 sites. So this is one image from the top of the rock. And we did all of this in one day. And Rhett now is going to talk about sites.
Okay, from the bottom up is where we started. We started at the in the Navy Yard. First site is the Brooklyn Bridge, is a lower image on the left. From there, we had one student who was hooked into the data sensing collecting device. And then our next site was the Washington Square Park, is your second lower image. You can see there's more people and more of a park. Our next site was Grand Central Station. We came up from the subway to the space, walked around the different levels. It's your third image. And our final last site was the top of the rock, where each one we would start to collect data. And then we also incorporated memory maps as well. So on this slide, before we went and looked at the data, we examined how the sites were situated in the city, which is this first column, and how they started to create voids. And then the second one was more of a spatial mapping and representation of the space in different locations. And the third one dealt more with memory and ephemeral and how the memory of the space would go into that. And then so we started to re-examine the data as well. For each site, and below you get to see the biometrics incorporated with the and more environmental data, such as like the light level and the noise level and the temperature and humidity as well, and how that starts to play out. And then from there, we incorporated the data into more of a spatial and time aspect. So you see on the left-hand screen 3 sites, and the baseline is the path that we took with the altitude and GPS data we recorded. And so from that, we filtered we took 2 representations of the data from the biometrics to the environmental and started to look at the representations of those and what those potentials could be, such as intensities as well. The right-hand side is the filtered of the 2 data. So from there, we started to show the relationship. New York is known for its grid, so we started to look at the grid intensities and tractor points for each representation of the biometrics along with the environmental. And these are just iterative testings of that. So from there, we started to overlay the grid. The plan image, you see that. And so where the intensities would the relationships, I should say, are the vertical axis, the Z, on these images you see here, and they start to distort the grid and form its own network space throughout the sites. And so we started to look at this form and the representations and what that framework could lead to spatially. And so from there, we re-examined the more memory, the ephemeral aspects, and what the moments of those intensities could develop in spots. So we went from we scaled, went from, it was a conversation between macro and micro scale of the human body as situated into the city. And so then we extrapolated the grid, 3 sites. This is just one site. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse. And then from there we introduced the attraction points as well, and how those could start to be more so like triangulated into the grid work as well. And then so from there we took the 3 sites, the moments, and then we started to we aggregated those from the grid, and then we, with the framework in hand, this is more so a representation of our final model and how we walk the path. And from there you start to see this is a random generated filling of the voids, the more spatial aspect, so how it starts to create this space. This is more of a shading system where the lighting and the opacity is translated more so for the sites. So the lighting, such as the one, the Grand Central Station, was more on the sides and towards the top of the rock was more opaque, and it would let more light through, and the Brooklyn Ridge was more striated and more had a rhythm to it. And then this one as well, sorry, I was talking about the wrong one. That's this one. And then the shading system, let's see, this is the better ventilation. Oh, this was a reproduction of the space as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then so from that, we combined these 3 to a hybrid system, and this is the form that we have in plan elevation and more of a perspective view. Do you want to show the video?
Yes. So we show you actually a quick video right now. So that's just because we select a few things just for you today. We'll have more things tomorrow, but just to show the process of how, again, you really, I mean, this is one of the things is that we really see this as a kind of map of the city of New York, scale down and begin to program certain type of condition at the
I cannot take it.
Not the fabrication. So we work with pneumatics, we work with reflective mylar, as we're going to see in a minute. And testing the inflation. We have pumps, but this is we tested in an analog way. You will see this.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I cannot see the video because we are stuck on the presentation.
What's that?
I only see the presentation. I don't see the video.
Oh my
You
gosh.
only need to share what you want to present.
Okay, sorry here.
It's not a problem. We just need to get used to it.
It's just that we love technology so much.
Oh yeah, they.
Huh? Hmm. Okay, so Pietro, maybe you see this?
Pietro.
See Pietro, I mean Aldo, yes.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. This is quick. So this is just to understand the parts, the aggregation before we started the fabrication part component. This is the testing of the material to begin to start the modules of the pneumatic. So we are working with a very light material that with inflation will become structural. And this is just a quick test, but we have professional pumps that would keep everything in shape. You will see this. Okay, so testing the connections here, testing the cluster of components. And this is also what we are embedding right now, which are the physiological units that we'll show you in a minute, and the responsive units of the 3 micro components. Okay. So I'll go back to the presentation right now. Here, right here. Okay. You see? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. So these again, just some images of the testing, fabrication, connections, and then these are testing of lights as well. And this is the testing of one module. So as you can see, this is the pump that would start to feed. So we see this as a vessel in a way that we're going to be able to bring air.
Marcella, we see the folder but not the presentation. Double click, okay. Okay.
Now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So here you see one module and how the pump and the tubing, so we're working with PVC tubing as well that will bring kind of air, and so we see this is a kind of system that starts to feed the machine over time and in real time as well. So we're not going to show you the final because this is the surprise for tomorrow, but we're going to show you the kind of assembly in progress that you see right now, okay? So you see that some of the clusters are inflated, and you can see some of the connections here, how the pump will behave over time, how will feed the system and the structure. So this is some close-up images of how, again, also this pumping would connect from the ground level. And these are the 3 pumping units that we have right now. Then will be connected then to the macro aggregate. So you will see also where we are placing this right now, where we're going to be installed. And from here, so this is still the macro aggregate that will be the abstraction of the kind of the macro, the city as a map itself. But the second step, we are embedding the micro components, which are the 3 physiological units. And Carmen's going to talk about this.
Hi guys. So what we wanted to do was isolate the biometric and environmental data that we've been collecting. So we wanted to check and allow you to feel what the how you're affected within each of these spaces using heart rate, breath, and skin conductivity or galvanic skin sensors, which test your stress levels. So we created like 3 responsive systems that we're integrating into each of the spaces, which would be Grand Central Station, the Brooklyn Bridge, and the top of the rock. And you can interact with each one and have the response that you would have in those places.
So this is the test of some of the physiological units.
And this is our location where we will be setting it up.
So here we would have these 3 units for each of the area, each of the site that is the sample of the 3 sites. And so this is the one that it's connected to heart rate. And as output, we would have the LED and embedded into the microstructure. And this is where we are right now. So the piece will be installed on the kind of mezzanine level of the Brooklyn Navy Yard. So you can see these are the students that are working right now on it. So we are setting up the responsive units, and we're going to inflate everything tonight. And tomorrow we'll have the final presentation at 2 o'clock. So that's where we are.
Thank you.
So I don't know if you have any kind of quick comments for us, or
You show quite a lot of stuff. To be a work in progress, it was quite complete. So probably Matilde just arrived, or Marco. You want to start with some comments?
okay, here we are. Yes.
Hello.
So we look forward to show you more stuff tomorrow.
Yeah, as Aldo was saying, it was a very complete presentation, although it was just, it's not complete. Apparently, you have to complete tomorrow, but it's quite impressive. Basic job, congratulations, guys. And I guess it's quite interesting, the idea of doing an installation like this in capable to interact with the data coming from connecting really the micro scale of the human body and then generating an installation in the public space. So this is something that I really look forward to see the installation tomorrow, to see how it can work.
Yes.
Yeah, they're improving, so it's quite interesting. But also because this is something that could be applied not only there, but it's something it's really targeting the focus of the global summer school. So local solution that can be applied in other contexts. So I would really like to see this spreading and pushed forward in the next months. Maybe we can generate something like in the different nodes, so something that we can really discuss about. So congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Great team. Hi there. It's so great to see. Actually, we were not prepared to see any presentation, so that was a very good food for really looking forward to see everything tomorrow. I think you have done a great work. It's great to see that in 2 weeks we managed to work on all the parts of the design, but the fabrication as well. And I see that there is a kind of a very complex pneumatic system that I know it's not easy to deal with, but it's great. It's great to see that thing happening. I find very interesting the idea of creating a kind of an element, a space element that it is alive. It is basically changing based on those real-time data, but also based on the input of the user that is visiting that space. I think that choosing this material is also pretty nice, this reflecting material, because one of the things that I am interested in to see when you are talking about this kind of alive dynamic structure is how the perspective of the user on the spaces is changing. So how really the three-dimensionality of the space could start be distorted based on this breathing and opening out and in, and the different reflections that you can have into the material from the light and from the people inhabiting it. And I would like to see some of those images as well tomorrow and this experience. But yeah, well done, well done. Looking forward to see everything tomorrow.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Matilde.
Hi, how are you guys going?
Good.
So it looks super amazing. I just had a question, and I wouldn't have expected less from you guys. I have a question. Is what you're pumping into the structure, is it helium or air?
Air.
Ah, okay. So the structure is like suspended.
Yes, it is suspended, and we have the pumps from underneath that will feed air over time, in real time, the structure.
And if, like, I didn't understand, sorry, I was not understanding perfectly well, but so the structure is going to breathe according to different inputs.
Yes, so the idea is that we'll breathe over time, pumped by the 3-unit station, pumping station from the ground level through the tubing all the way up.
Okay, and the data that you collected on site is just represented by the different types of perforations of the structure, or is it also related in the breathing of the structure?
So no, the data basically, so the macro data are translated directly into geometry mostly as some input from the physiological unit, but then we would have a feed of real time once a person plug into the 3 units. So there is a connection between the macro and the micro, or as a kind of parallel narrative within the project.
So real-time data from the site to the structure?
The real-time from the space itself, yes. So from the visitors basically inhabiting the site.
Wow, I'm super excited. Okay, I look forward to seeing it tomorrow then. Congrats guys, super amazing.
Thank you.
So serious.
So yeah, we have 1 day to go, and I mean, we are kind of an industrial park right here. So we only see, the only thing that we see from New York is the skyline, which is great. So we had the fabrication place where we were able to see the skyline, and so that was good for everybody. But we're gonna celebrate tomorrow night. So yes.
Okay. Great, New York.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you, New York. I guess now it's our turn.
Bye, Aldo.
Bye, Marcella. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I invite all the students to come here, all the groups that are repeating the last presentations. I'm gonna just copy the last one on the folder. Which one is it? Which one is it? The presentation? Which one is it? No. Parte de la ciudad de ella. Which one is the presentation? What is yours?
No, it's not mine.
This one?
No. We.
Okay. Which one?
And no. Documentation. I know something else.
Okay. This one? Okay. Good. Good. So, before starting the final presentation, I want to share quickly the presentation of our seminar, the program that we had, and more or less what we've been developing. Now, do you see what? Do you need to present here? Everything is here, right? Your presentation. So?
No, but we would like to update it. Okay, well, it's good.
Okay, but if you have it on a USB, we can upload it. So I was saying, I'm going to share the presentation from our side, and a little bit to talk. I'm going to talk about what we wanted to do with this unit that we have here. So with you guys, basically, as you know, in Barcelona we have a city that has been really affected by, positively affected by good urban planning. Barcelona changed drastically during time, and actually what it is now, Barcelona, is coming from a commitment. No, leave it like this. It's coming from the design and the planification that Serda did by the definition of a single unit in Manzana with a specific dimension to the repetition of this module and the generation of a grid that can be cut, can be opened, can be modified. But we know that this one was not really what Serda had in mind when he designed this city, when he designed this grid. He was implementing, and actually you can see the transformation of Barcelona by visiting this beautiful website that also Jack is developing. This is the website of the Carta, the historical map of Barcelona. You can see the transformation of the city during time and how from a medieval center, this grid basically started to agglomerate and aggregate different parts that were before disconnected, generating one unique system. So, you know, we in YAC we had the pleasure and the honor to have one of the founders as chief architect of Barcelona, Vicente Guayar. And Vicente was used to show the plan of Barcelona, the pictures of Barcelona, saying the city is beautiful, it has a perfect, let me say, a very efficient planning, but what we can add to this system. So, what is this new urbanism? What are the problems? The new way of thinking about urbanism should be addressed. So, we know that we are living in the age of data. We have the age of data means that we are living in a moment where we are generating a lot of information, a lot of numbers that can be converted actually into information. And we can use actually those numbers in order to plan in a better way our cities. So Vicente and Jack team developed a protocol, the city protocol. So they started to look at the city as the overlap of different layers not coming only from one side, but from multiple sides. So it was taking into consideration all the factors that are generating the city, from the environmental infrastructure, from the environmental ecosystem, to the infrastructure, to the public space, to the people, to the information, and so on. Understanding that the city is not only, we cannot look at the city only one way, but we have to look at the city through a complex system that has a meaning only when can be defined by these all correlation, by the correlation of those different parts. So we, looking at the work that Willy Mueller and Jordi developed in the Intelligent Studio seminar, we also proposed our own agenda. So we also propose, as Jordi explained in our local lecture, we proposed a series of paradigm problems that we wanted to address. So we are at the city scale, we are aware that there are some problems, some problematics, and let's say a series of topics that we should try to develop at the urban scale through planification and through design. So we look at those problems in a direct way. So we started to look at energy production in a way that we look at energy production. So merging digital fabrication, computational design, the study of nature into the proposal of a system that is, more efficient and more green. We also started to look at food production the way that Chirac and Numera and all the people here in YAC as well look at this. So developing and understanding how we can implement robotics and all this technology and understand how we can really make an impact with this technology for this specific topic. And the same for the relationship between the citizens. So how data can help us understanding also how people is using the public space and living in the city itself. And also we were interested in building a data infrastructure with all this information. And here the YAC way is the smart city. So we have here in YAC we propose this bunch of, let's say, this special system that is developing a lot of information, but how? By putting all those information in a network. So by creating, basically a library where we can all access and get a better taste, a better control of our urban environment. And also we talk about urban efficiency with some project that Marc Montello from Barcelona Regional explaining. So how we can define, and this is very similar to also what Peran was addressing, how we can define a computational system that can be that can take into consideration also the environmental factor for the growth and the design of new urban part of the cities. So that said, basically we divided, and now I'm going to switch on the camera. Do you see me, guys? I hope so. So basically, let's say we divided our students that are not students, but as we like to say in YAC, they are researchers. No, that's how we try to approach with you. You are developing a research with us. That's the way that we want to work with you. So we define a series of topics, and then we divided all of you, at least 5 groups, into specific areas. So what the students now will show you is really this, how we try to look at this new urban planning through data, through robotic application, through the usage of all the technology, also the study of materials, to the usage of all the things that you see in YAC, but taken out of this beautiful ecosystem where we are. So taken out from the academy, and brought and launched into the city. So I train, let's say we train together during these last days to talk about our project in a very short time, Because I mean, at least I think that what we really want to do is not only to have a good project, we want to bring this project out of here. And as what Chris said in the last lecture that we had here at YAC, we don't want this soft skin around. We want to face, all the people that are not architects, they are not urban planners. We want to convince them. So basically, our students are all ready to explain in more or less 5 minutes the project that they have. And afterwards, Elena Basetta, who has been the key part of the organization of the Global Summer School, will explain you how and why we develop the structure that is behind us, that is more a manifesto for us. And okay, I think that we can actually invite now our researcher here. I will start by, let's see, the group number 3, that is actually other pen drives are coming. Last minute changes. So, okay. Give me one moment and we're going to start with the presentation. I'm going to turn the screen. Okay, so we have the project of Bezos. Guys, let me share the screen first. Introduce yourself, say who you are and where are you coming from. He's also part of the Global Summer School, that's one from Italy, once. Okay. So I'm going to now share the screen. Okay. I think the notes, are you there? Can you hear us? I see empty chairs. Well, I muted all of them. I guess. Hello? Can you hear us? Hello? Hello? Good, good. Everything is working, so I'm going to mute you. Thank you. I'm going to mute you back and move to the final presentation. So, say hello to Bezos team. Okay, guys.
Okay, so I'm Matteo. I'm from Italy. We're a group of 5 people.
I'm Yiling from China.
And I'm Denmark. I'm Melvin from Denmark.
I'm Terry from Spain.
And Jung from the Holland.
Okay, so we will start presenting our project. We decided to call the project Revitalize because our main aim is to revitalize one dry and polluted area of Barcelona through the definition of a system of a reef. So we basically worked with in different steps in a quite complex process. Basically, we are at the end of Barcelona, close to Rio Besós, which acts as a border, a natural border for the city in a quite industrial situation with a very huge landmark, which is this former power plant, power station, composed by three huge chimneys. And during the site analysis, when we went there, we tried to define what were the most important elements, the materiality, opportunities, and issues of the area. So, in terms of transportation, the area is well organized in terms of the big transportation, so it's easily reachable. But in terms of the short transportation, as far as walking is concerned in the area, it's very difficult, and there are some mobility problems, especially in connecting the public spaces and the public spaces in general, and also the former industrial buildings creates a kind of void in the area which is not accessible at the moment. So we started to use different tools to collect data that we will use to drive our simulations. We used NDVI analysis to define, that showed us the pollution in the area. And so we basically decided to work with two important elements, the river and the water of the area and the land. So how to combine these two different ecosystems in a structure that can revitalize the whole area. So we basically focus our goal in the energy production, solving other smaller problems like the pollution and the mobility with the same integrated system. So this is our design approach. We basically use the river flow to reactivate the area, and we irrigate the dry land, creating public spaces accessible for the neighborhood. And as I said, the main goal was to create energy, so we use turbine pools using the river flow. Based on all the analysis done, we defined traces to drive our simulations. And so, as I said, the whole process started from the collection of data, the most important ones that we found important to drive our simulation. So, as we said, we tried to solve different problems, like the mobility issue in connecting the public spaces, and read the data about the NDVI analysis to find out the pollution in the area, and use the opportunities that we have, like the water, to actually drive our design. So this is one simulation that we run with the agents. So using the water flow deviation to reactivate the land. And not only that, but the simulation is what we actually use to drive our whole strategy. And in terms of design, our simulation, we did many simulations to see how the area changes depending on how big is the flow. So we basically use the simulation as a starting point to define the reef structure and the landscape that will accommodate the new water flow in the area. So this is a result of one of our study, which basically shows how the water reactivates the land, creating public spaces and here it is. We creating this wireframe structure. We will work in terms of materiality with electrolysis, which we found very important also to use drones to scan with 3D scanning the decay and the growth of this new ecosystem on top of our structure. So this is one image of the final result. So basically we are creating reactivating this public space with using the opportunities that the river gave us. And this is an image of the final result. Thank you.
Where are you guys going? Come back. Don't want to read this yet. Congratulations, guys. I think this is really amazing work in such a short time. And I would have been interested, I think the concept and the way you proposed to actuate it was very interesting, but I would have liked to maybe see something that's developed a bit more in phases, because when you present the final project like this, it's all very well and good, but I need to understand, especially in a project that is working on ecological urbanism, landscape urbanism, and things of this sort, when you're working with natural systems, it's very important to respect the times of development. So I know you had only 5 minutes to present this, so that was also another sort of time issue. But I think that's something that's very, very important when you actuate a project of this kind, especially working. So how do I flood the area and stuff like that? There are more practical issues. I understand that maybe you focused on the computational, but if you should choose to go forwards in this, that would be really interesting in understanding the potentials of how you could develop this through phases. Also how you can bonify some parts of the polluted area while waiting for the other parts, you know, stuff like this. But in any case, congratulations.
I'm grabbing from Matilda because I think it's something complementary. Thank you for your presentation. And I think it's nice to see this kind of interesting effort into going into such sensible area of the city and try to work with the resources of the place itself. I think to start with, that is very important to highlight in your effort, you know? How we can learn from the landscape, how we can take advantage of what the possibilities and the limitations of the landscape are. And I think that is, in any case, a kind of a sustainable way of thinking and operating. So to start with, I do like a lot the way that you are starting to approach that project. What I would like to comment is that maybe what it would be interesting to see, it's either you're showing in phases how this could take place in the territory, or what I was thinking is that it would be interesting to understand what is the impact of what you're proposing. So what is the impact in terms of environmental data? What is the impact in terms of how the space is being occupied and being used? And what is the impact in terms of a kind of an almost new biodiversity, or a kind of a new ecosystem that will emerge out of what you're proposing? Obviously, the urban fabric will not be the same. Obviously, the way that the people will occupy the space will not be the same. And obviously, this is your first and initial goal, the environmental aspect, data, and territory will not be the same. And I think that it would be interesting to make an effort of adding that part, because that gives power to your project, you know, like really trying to understand how radically such a kind of an ecological operation could change in very high densified urban fabric as the one in Barcelona and on the limit of Barcelona.
Hello, well, congratulations, because we saw in the midterms.
The midterms, yeah.
I think that now it's very more clear. No, it's very clear that with energy and the level of energy you are trying to resolve many other aspects of the city. No? And then it has a landscape there, which is pretty interesting, territorial scale, which is nice. As a something to go beyond, if you want to go beyond, it would be really interesting to see how the speed, as soon as you're playing a lot with the water, it would be really interesting to see how the speed and the amount of water that you have in any particular time is influencing your urban proposal. Because probably it's probably, but the flow of the river is not always the same in terms of, you could analyze it in many terms, in pollution, in density, in speed, in amount, and it would be quite nice to do like different scenarios of how you are providing the space, but as well in terms of energy, in terms of mobility, how all these aspects are changing according to this parameter. But in general, it's very nice. Congratulations.
Congratulations, guys. As Jordi was in the midterm, and it's very amazing how in 4 days you really gave more coherence to the proposal, focusing on what is the target and proposal, what is the goal. And what as I told you, I really like the project. It's very interesting topic, and it's good how we are able to use computational design tools to understand how this new environment can work and can be modified. But I am a bit missing, it's more the human scale that is a bit what you're interested in. But I guess this is one of the problems due to the time that you have for this. Understanding how can change the way in which we inhabit the public space that we're talking about, the moment in which this public space becomes productive, it becomes water with all the characteristics that we've been talking about. It's changing, and it's changing the way in which we are really let's say, so during time, during different through time, and through different behaviors, which you can also study the tools that you're learning in these days. So this is a bit what could be interesting in pushing forward the project itself. Also, what is the framework that can propose this new change? We're talking about new linear framework and like new. How can this change the way in which we know the space? Is this responsive? Is this able to change during time or operate a new way to inhabit the space? So it's something, it's not a possibility, it's something that can be more time to be developed to make the process very more interesting. Congratulations.
So, next, back to la señora.
This one, which one is it? The website of finance.
Final Citadella, the first one.
So introduce yourself, and then we're gonna share the screen. That's good.
I'm Helen, I'm from Russia. I'm Kate from Russia also.
I'm Slavica from Macedonia.
Hello, I'm Kalpesh from India.
I'm Yuta from Japan.
I'm gonna share the screen. You can start.
Hello. I would like to start by the statement that cities are engines for national and global growth. Urban areas account for half of the population, world's population, but generate almost 80% of the GDP. By 2050, urban population share will increase by almost 2.5 to 3 billion. Cities become predominant in the world urbanization, leading to the ecological collapse, and we need to empower urban greenery to fill the needs of the society. As the population grows, there will be a problem to feed humanity, and we will require 3 times of the earth to fulfill our needs. This can be solved if urban areas start producing food for themselves. Barcelona consists of ubiquitous concrete blocks. As you know, manzanas were planned to have green public spaces included in them, but this beautiful concept did not went through. Um, we have a solution. Yes.
Yes. Our aim is to reach equilibrium between nature and city, to rebalance the proportion of urban greenery and cities infrastructure. At heart of these changes is Citadel Park, a place of great concentration of greenery, leisure, and social activities in the center of the city. And to achieve our goal, we implemented the following steps. Citadel Park is at the end of the two most important thoroughfares in Barcelona, Meridian and St. John. It is the most transit route linking Citadel Park with the northern part of Barcelona. Having advanced technologies, we collected data from advanced health analysis via NDD. With this tool now, we have a starting point for growth stimulation. Using MOOCs application will enable us to understand how the park interacts with the surroundings. We understand the park as a dynamic public space that has the potential to grow vertically and horizontally and develop on a different scale. Acknowledging this, we came to the conclusion that the park has some problems such as mobility and unused open spaces. Here we used photogrammetry to find out our pilot points with best virus activity for potential greenery development. Our strategy is to empower existing greenery nodes and to bring nature outside the park and let people freely move inside. At the first step, we want to set source location of green development. And if we zoom in, we're able to see parts of Citadel surroundings that are still isolated from each other. And we want them to be connected via a great network. So, to see our hypothesis working, we made a new robotic simulation to check how the greenery will be actually expanded and conquer active city spaces. Here is the video of this simulation. Moreover, with the wind flow, and the help of drones, seeds and water could be spread throughout the city, and not to destroy existing public spaces, but at the same time to plant as much as possible. We use vertical method of green development.
Without the slideshow. Keep it on screen.
Okay. As our aim is to develop food production inside the city, we analyzed local crops that could be grown here. In some places, it could develop inter-urban farms or spaces for leisure activities for citizens. And as for drones, in our strategy, drones are the agents that can behave according to the different scenario. Take care of plants, analyze its conditions and adapt existing to the certain plant, create a self-learning database to improve conditions, plant new greenery, build physical infrastructure to improve the mobility of people, circulation inside, build physical infrastructure to create public places. So, to sum up, here is this small animation of what how we see. Our system will empower proportion between green and dead concrete spaces in the city, and the structure will be growing during time. And as we hope by 2050, we'll be able to produce up to 35-50 of food for increasingly growing population. As a result, we have a self-sufficient system to improve the city of Barcelona. Thank you.
Are you ready to sell it to Barcelona City? You should, actually. And I think that in order to do so, it would be interesting to see a kind of an even small physical prototype that is working, right? So if you could have a kind of a prototype that, I mean, I don't know if in 2 weeks it's enough time, but maybe you need to do it for the future. But I think it's, I congratulate you for your presentation because I think it's a very simple idea, very easy to be applied. It's not very complicated in terms of logistics of how you apply it. And I'm basically speaking on how you start occupying as a virus the existing urban fabric. I'm not talking about creating this kind of new structure that I see in the end, because I'm not really sure how easy or not complicated that would be. But in terms of really applying a kind of another layer, another bioreceptive layer on the city, using the existing materials, using the existing structure, and just creating the kind of microclimate, the kind of appropriate conditions for that to grow, I think it's a very strong and simple idea. And I would really focus into trying to work it in a kind of a physical prototype, performative physical prototype that would help you argument better how easy, cheap, and very immediately applied such an idea could be.
Thank you. Okay, congrats guys. I appreciate that you took the challenge to really consider the advanced technology that you have at hand. I just wanted to sort of, since we already discussed this in the midterm, but I just wanted to sort of invite you to maybe reflect on if this is our future, you know, how many drones do we need? Because I imagine we have drones that sow seeds, drones that go in water, drones that would collect maybe the food production and stuff like that. And so I guess they all have different sorts of tooling. How do you imagine the infrastructure for the drones? So how does our sort of sky level work? But that's just something to sort of reflect on for the future. In any case, congratulations. I think you guys made a huge step forward from the mid-presentation. No time, just mid-presentation.
Congratulations. I think maybe at the start, we're starting to show like big spots where this could happen. And I think what is interesting with this process is that it's scalable at a really teeny scale. You can start to occupy all the group of buildings, but maybe also even like a bus station, any kind of corners of the city could be start to be occupied. I don't know if you heard about this idea of sleep bombs and other eco-terrorists that start to throw this kind of packet with like a bit of earth and some seed a bit everywhere. There was some in Madrid and I think also here in Barcelona, some people making graffiti with this kind of moss going on walls. So kind of trying to bomb things a bit everywhere. And I think the drone is something that could not only drop it there, but also maintain it. And this is why it becomes like much more possible to have like fine-tuning and accurate acupuncture inside the system. So the powerful is when the teeny than the big. And I think is this how you're saying, not really into the existing fabric that it become interesting. Also maybe some places the plant will grow easily, some will not, and this will be really difficult to predict, so it's something that will evolve. There's a huge potential there.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
So, now it's turn of progress.
Prima era energia, allora no food production. Questo qui adesso lo devo vedere, il riciclo del materiale. Allora, we take
wait for date. Yeah.
I'm not sure that it works very well. Okay. Good. So first introduce yourself. Good. And then we can share the screen.
The camera is there, so try to.
Hello, my name is Rob from London.
I am Sabrina from Madrid.
My name is Amanda. I'm from Copenhagen.
Hi, my name is Anna. I'm from Moscow.
Hi, I'm Veronica from Italy.
Can I do something
Good.
with this one?
No, keep it like this.
Okay.
Go on. You can start the presentation.
Our project is called Metabolus. It's about urban material metabolism. We're proposing a network of drones which detects, collects, and transforms local waste material into dynamic public spaces. Our case study is based on the Plaza del Glorias in Barcelona. It's an arterial intersection of the city. It has traditionally been dominated by rail and road traffic, although since 1992 there's been redevelopment of the area, which is still ongoing, and they're currently about to turn it into a park. So we're looking at how we can facilitate this renaturalization of the area. As you can see, it is still a building site, has restricted public access, it's still dominated by road traffic, and it's very much in flux. However, there is an abundance of materials. Waste materials are an expensive problem in Barcelona. They cost nearly 100 million euros a year to tidy up the city, which we think is fertile ground for reuse.
Yeah, so our central aim in this project has been to respond to the need of local material production by repurposing this waste into dynamic public spaces, to exemplify a generative system responsive and adaptive to the multi-species life of the city, and to facilitate these material cycles to trigger the circular economy and increase, ultimately, biosensitivity of the built environment and accelerate renaturalization. So looking at this waste, we have an abundance of amazing materials that could be used to go from directly. This is showing how we move from a linear to a circular economy, separating biological, technical, composite materials in different production loops in order to reuse them and create value. So obviously, some creators have figured out how to do this with race, and we've been inspired by the swarm intelligence of different animals using local available materials in order to build these complex habitats that are not only functional but also visually beautiful, and of course also design and architecture practices in the not only non-human. So a lot of these materials that we've been looking at have similar properties. So here we've listed some of the organic materials that all have quite similar melting points. So we imagine if we could apply this to our dream drone in order to print on spot. So it's kind of using this emerging technology of swarm robotic printing in order to print on site, exactly like the bees and the ants, but without making cyborg insects. So the system could look something like this. The waste is produced, materials are collected by the drones to the site, where the materials then are treated and transformed into the physical structures depending on what public need is there at that time. And then the idea is that when that public need changes, we collect data on it, the space is able to transform and constantly adapt to the changing needs. So something over time that could come out of this would be something like this, a local materials map. Here it's Barcelona, and we see all the different building materials that we could use to produce physical structures. One thing that we're looking at is how these different materials and structures could attract different species and increase the biodiversity of the city. So we know mushrooms really like coffee and so on. So one technique to do this could be to 3D scan the environment and detect the materials like that. A more advanced method could be using something like near-infrared spectroscopy to detect the chemical properties of the materials and kind of catalog them in this material map in order to know where to build with what and how. So this is an example of the site of Glorious, where we have a lot of cafes and restaurants in the area with a lot of coffee ground and orange peel waste coming out from it. And as we've seen in a recent project from here, this can be used to produce bioplastic. So we imagine when it becomes hydrophobic that we could start creating dynamic structures from it. For example.
Just press risk.
So this is just an example of the different dynamic structures that could come out from the movement of the agents, depending on what is needed. At Glorious, since there are a lot of different needs and it's this intersection, juxtaposition of cultures and needs could be like a multi-part activities. So the legend here could be built of coffee ground and orange peel in order to create this biodiverse park. It's constantly changing according to the needs. Another idea could be to create parasitic architecture to transform surfaces in the city that are less bioreceptive into being receptive to swallows, for example, building nests from the organic materials. We imagine this would be keratin, so from hairdressers' waste, tons of hair. Could be with sand moving into the oceans. Could we apply this strategy to clean plastic from the ocean and build this floating structure that's constantly emerging the more plastic is added to it? If you can see, the drones are made of the same material. That's the dream that they reproduce from the material on site as well. And another example of could we use this technology to extract pollution from the air, for example, use carbon dioxide and other pollutants to build structures. So hopefully what we can exemplify with this project is how we can use agent-based modeling and all these strategies in order to foster symbiotic relationships between technology and people and other animals, and foster this cohabitation. Thank you.
Perfectly in time.
Just a bit this.
I give you 7 minutes at the end. Okay. So, good. Comments.
Thank you guys for your presentation. It was very complete and inspirational. I really enjoyed it. And one of the things I like the most is that you, from the very beginning, you call the waste material. So you are already just by the way already considering the waste as a material, you are already reorienting all the discourse. The waste is something valuable, it's something that you can use for doing something else. So this is, the beginning was really correct and not so obvious. So I want to point that out. Then I find it very interesting to introduce the drones as something that can 3D print and create structure, but I didn't understand how are you actually allowing the drones to choose which kind of waste to pick? Because at some moment you were suggesting the 3D scanning, that is not really maybe the most appropriate way to, because what you really need to distinguish is the material, no? The composition. It's rather a chemical recognition maybe. So in there I think it wasn't so convincing, and I think that is a crucial point for if the thesis, the hypothesis to allow the drone doing everything. No? Pick up the material, process, pick up the material, bring it somewhere, and then use it to deliver it. So I think it's just the first part of your discourse that is critical, because you cannot really feed everything with whatever material, but there is this critical point of selecting the material for doing one thing or the other. But you can still rearrange your discourse. Maybe implementing the system that is already ongoing. No? People are by themselves throwing the garbage in different containers, and from there the drones can process it and put it in place in different scenarios. So I think that if you allow that your system is not solving everything, you actually make your proposal stronger. And in any case, the question of how can a drone distinguish things besides recognizing the shape is still something very valuable to explore, because I think that if you would really manage to allow a drone to recognize which kind of material it is treating with, you can really unlock these scenarios. In any case, very, very nice. Congratulations. Thank you.
And congratulations first for the nice presentation. Complete as well for looking at all the material, what you can do with it, if it's printable or not, or recyclable. That was actually out of the scope of the workshop, and really nice that you actually look into this, because evidently not everything is suitable in this case. And actually, I was surprised that, I think you said it, but it was not so clear in the presentation, how you don't only use waste, but recycle your own material that you're printing. And so how you could actually shape what you are working with. Termites are doing it and other animals. We are kind of doing it at a very large scale, but we tend to forget it, and we tend to look at architecture as something static and for long term. Well, we're slowly shifting towards this kind of architecture that can adapt all the time and be moving, not really moving, but like adapting to different times. No? While you're printing your structures, you might also change your vision. So why not dismantling some part of it and constructing other parts? No? And these things growing slowly with what you analyze from the side and what people want to wish. And I think it's like how we can relate it to the people and the use of the space. So this is not like just something that's coming out of the proposition, but it's like integrated inside this, what's happening inside the city. Even if I like the bird nest, I think that also humans will have kind of a bird nest there inside this building. But in any case, I think it's really nice presentation to open mind and think to where this can go. Congratulations.
Hello, congratulations from my side as well. This year it was very clear, all the narrative, and on the top of it, the images that really were quite inspiring and quite richful in terms of scenarios. No? So congratulations for that. And two comments, in case you can step up, please. I would like to see that the drone is not just trying to recycle the material, but maybe in some circumstances when that structure or when that material is already obsolete, maybe the drone could do something to degrade it faster, you know, to take it out, to stop with its use, you know. So when the structure is obsolete, the material is okay. How can we deal with this material? How come we should degrade it? We should reuse it somewhere else, no? This is one. And the second one is that probably it would be nice to understand which kind of volumes and sizes and weights a drone can carry. Okay? So, because in this sense you could discriminate what can you take and what can you not take, and this would give you a certain specificity that I think it would be even more real to the global project. But no, in general, it's really good. Hello guys, congratulations. As Jonathan Matilda had a look at the media reviews, and I think that you achieved the goal. I mean, I think the proposal is very complete and coherent. So on this proposal, and continuing a bit what Turkey was saying, I would like to understand how this interesting topic we push forward. That was really interesting. I want to ask you about the tool itself. I mean, how does the drone work? If you develop the bit, if you are just using a possibility to work with drones, because I think that talking about the implementation of the device itself, so what is the weight it can carry on, for how long it can fly without such weight, etc. Maybe it could be interesting to think in infrastructure set it up with the drones that can collect the waste and immediately spread it in the city. You can go to places where they can the waste can be managed and 3D printed into elements or others that can collect the waste, treat it, and then produce it, because this is a way in which I can relate visually the proposal itself, because I don't know if you have the presentation with the drone itself or if you didn't. It's no, okay, so starting from this, as I say, we can go on with this proposal. It would be interesting to understand what can do what, the limitation of the device that has to 3D print the material, and then setting up something that is not just a drone, infrastructure that can be made by different drones or 3D printed spots into some places of the city where the waste itself can be treated, and from this moving forward. And very interesting information.
Guys, thank you for your presentation. I want to thank you, not congratulate you, because you have managed, I mean, of course I'm congratulating you as well, but I think it's not easy to put a lot of radical ideas together and create a coherent narrative in a way. And you managed to do that. That's why I'm basically saying thank you. I think it's your narrative is very strong. You're rethinking and radically reconfiguring which are the materials that we will construct with. You're also redefining and radically, let's say, thinking which are going to be our builders of the future. How are we going to build? I think that there are two issues that would be very much interesting to see as a kind of a continuation of your narrative and your proposal. The first one is related with the design. So I liked a lot the different kind of scenarios that you're putting on the table on the different case studies. I was not satisfied with the design. Why does everything related with 3D printing should look like shit? I mean, can we, sorry about it, but why is everything so chaotic and disorganized and in an effort of trying to resemble into organic structure? The organic structures have logics that they are super sophisticated. So I want to see this sophistication in your design, right? I would like to see that in a kind of a dialogue as well with the existing environments, not something that has just landed, but really a continuation of what we can find there and put your talent, your skills, and your contribution as designers into that. That's the one thing. The second thing is that I am interested into this kind of symbiotic relationships that we are talking about. Your second renderized collage proposal of a structure that is attached to the building, I think that is pretty interesting because it brings the contrast of two different natures of materials, two different natures of constructions, two different natures of ecosystems. And I think that between those two radical different things, whichever these things are, there is this kind of an ecotone zone. It's where new things start to appear, new species start to appear. And I'm interested to see when you start merging what you're proposing with existing territories, materials, landscapes, etc., what would happen, what would emerge. I think that is the kind of power also the symbolic proposal, the relationships that you are proposing. I think it will radically change the species that they appear in our urban environments, and I think that is very, very strong. It's very, very interesting.
Thank you, guys.
Next, Avenida Paralel. We also have Rodrigo Aguirre, Luis Traguada joining the jury. Which one is the transition? Okay. So, share this.
Do you want to introduce yourself first?
I'm Thiago from Brazil.
I'm Anese from Italy.
I'm Liz from Munich, from Germany. And I'm Eva, I'm from Canada. So, okay. So the topic that I apologize in advance for my voice, but the topic that we were focusing on was urban revitalization, and our site was Avenue Parallel, which is still one of the main arteries of Barcelona, which actually has a really rich history in terms of culture and theater and arts. So from its inauguration as an urban road in 1894, it's for many, many decades it served as an entertainment hub near the port, where initially sailors would come and look for entertainment and trading. Basically, what formed was a very powerful hub in terms of theater, art, entertainment, bars, cabaret, and it was this way for a very long time. So due to a shift in legislation and bylaws during the mid-century, mid-20th century, it slowly started to decline in terms of the vibrancy of life and the pace of nightlife and activity. So it used to be compared to Montmartre in Paris or Broadway in New York. So there's a very drastic shift that occurred. So what would be very interesting is to bring back part of this life to Avenue Parallel and see how we can do that using new technology that we have available to us. So to give you an idea, in the past, this is in the 1920s, the number of theaters that you could find in a cluster in Avenue Parallel and what we have today. And in terms of visualizing just blurred boundaries 100 years ago of how the city would move and how people would interact with one another in vehicles and cyclists, and how today it's a much more linear, segregated situation. So we're going to take you through our historical investigation and data analysis and how we then traced our patterns and how we want to integrate robotic behavior to imagine a new future. So Avenue parallel to the equator is how it's got its name. So we decided to actually focus on a specific zone of the avenue surrounding Theater Apollo. We decided to focus on the site because it's quite important in terms of the concentration of activity of bars and restaurants. And when we used the Moves app data to trace our own movements, we noticed that it was in this very cluster that we also got derailed and interested, and we got a little lost. So how we wanted to do this is we decided to investigate the bars, restaurants, cafes, shops, and theaters, and the patterns of movement and activity throughout different times of day, and see what we could find. So using 8 a.m., 12 p.m., 9 p.m., and 1 o'clock in the morning, we decided to overlay them and see what we could find. So in this visualization, you can see almost the heartbeat of Avenue Parallel in the white spots, where there's an overlapping of activities during different times of day. And as you can see here, our site that we'd like to use as a case study is the biggest heartbeat of all, so it could be fascinating to see where it can go forward. So what we wanted to do was see how we can blur the boundaries of the street to reintegrate some of that life and engaging activities. So we thought, how could we incorporate agents and swarm behavior and see how they can respond to the changes in patterns. So here is a closer view of our site. So we have both a metro station, theaters, and a public space, and it's quite an interesting zone. So if we try to blur the lines and engage swarm behavior, how could that look like? So now this will explain what we found.
So this is how our drones would translate our idea. The red bubbles, red points, there are our activities in this visualization. So they are the restaurants and the bars, and they increase and decrease depending on how many people are gathering there. And based on that, the drones move the sidewalk, so they give them more or less space. Yeah, and they are creating a flexible sidewalk in that way. And yeah, and this is where we show how the sidewalk is reacting on the activities during the whole day, so on different times.
So we thought it could be really cool and very interesting moving into the future to see how during different times of day we could have the drones and agents surveying our site and basically over time respond in real time to shifts and actually facilitate congregations of different kind or events or shading or any type of need that could be met. Maybe in 100 years we could have these agents facilitating these types of blurring the lines at different times of day and actually returning some of the life that was such a big part of Parallel's identity in the past.
Thank you.
No idea how people have been responding or speaking, but I think it would be cool. No? It would be an exciting sort of thing to maybe use the space more efficiently over time. I mean, it seems naive to think that all day and all night we should have this kind of use for any space in the city. So I think it's an exciting proposal, and not so far off. There's like Sissa does this. Well, they have a little I don't know what you call these mushrooms that pop up and down depending on the time. These like metal things that block cars, or you have like a little pass if you live there. So let's say the technology, it's not like such a crazy thing. I guess what I would it seems like you have half the story, and there's like another part of the story that is maybe left to discuss, which is just like, okay, it was time for your sort of changing the use. Well, what do you do? How does traffic flow? What are the alternate routes? And I think it's not to say that is something that you need to resolve. I think there's actually a lot more stuff that would support your argument around it. Maybe not just thinking of this as the spine and trying to revitalize that, but all the other stuff that is in Pomisek and on the other side, all the micro theaters that pop up based on this. So you kind of take this line and you kind of stretch it into an area to the surface. So I think that, considering the problems that you sort of create with your solution, how do you kind of close the loop and respond to where you deviate traffic and then what happens with that? I think there's a lot of opportunity also to see what emerges from the stretching of that line out. But very nice, very nice. Congratulations.
I was questioning maybe when you speak about robotic behaviors and robots, why use a drone specifically? I think that the same principle could be applied to many of the drones, not drones, but how do you call it, autonomous robots. And I think the first one you're criticizing is that will change quite soon is a car. And this will become actually autonomous vehicles soon. Soon, maybe 20, 50 years, but it's clearly something that will come really fast. And it will change over the time. And we might come back to this vision that you fast image we have of the street where everything is mixed. Maybe at a different pace, maybe at 7 a.m. when everybody wants to go to work fast, we go fast. And at 1 a.m. everybody wants to go slow, we'll actually go slow and interact much more easily. So I think there's a potential there. And actually the route that you're showing in tracings will also organize different way of occupying the space. We're speaking about maybe plots in the ground that go up and down, maybe we're speaking about some left spots, maybe some bench that are there and then move around. I don't know, there's many possibilities there, but maybe it's more close to us and touching. A drone is still something that is flimsy and difficult to interact with us. Well, at least I don't see it. Maybe there's some inside drone that will change it.
I don't know if I'm allowed to respond to a comment.
Yeah, please do.
But actually, while we were doing our research, we were looking at autonomous cars and basically what is being projected into the future, and that within the next 5 or 10 years, 1 in 4 to 5 cars are going to be self-driven and autonomous. So we thought it could be really interesting to have all of these systems communicating, so it would just be this organic, fluid process. And then we were also looking at how there's this plan to have a driverless system or taking cars off the street in Barcelona and starting actually near this point. So we thought it could be so interesting to combine all of this. So it's tempting to have more time to just keep ending, but yeah.
No, but that's the point, no? We're here to just start ideas and then welcome to further and further.
So following up on Alex's intervention, I also think that it's super interesting, not far, but on a way you are just considering half of the problem now, which is the walking bit. We have a way of moving the public space that is curvy and randomly, but the cars have this way of going straight. And so maybe your proposal is to embrace also this further level of complexity, how to deal with one more flux that has this way of moving that is on a straight line. And maybe listening to the previous intervention, I was saying that maybe the drones can be this in-between figure, because that now all this discussion between the autonomous vehicles and the pedestrians, that actually it is not possible this communication because pedestrians are not machines, but maybe the drones, imagine we have drones as pets. So they might be this kind of in-between figure that is able to fill this gap. So I think that there is something there. The introduction of the drones in this discourse might unlock some interesting visions that might help to combine all these different layers and users of the public space to arrive to a solution that is far more complex than just having pedestrian streets. No. Challenging this mixed use, but thanks to the technology. I think that is maybe are still not there, we are missing one layer, but they are really right there. Thank you.
That's favorite. We are going a little bit long. Okay, so thank you, girls. Yago actually was the first student to apply from the school, from all over the world. So now the last group,
Plaza de la Catedral. Yeah. ¿Listo? Sí. Okay, guys, introduce first yourself, and then I'm gonna share the screen.
Hello everybody, I'm Peter from Belgium.
Hello everybody, I'm Ro from Greece.
And I'm Federica from Italy.
I'm coming from Colombia.
And I'm Eleni, also from Greece.
7 minutes.
Sorry.
So, hello guys. We're going to talk about urban cities based on the interaction that happens between people of different cultural backgrounds. How do people move in a public space? What makes them move and how do they interact? We are observing and analyzing people's and traffic also interactions and behaviors on a traditional and multicultural site public space of Barcelona. And through this process, and through these observations, we are looking to the problem, trying to understand it better, draw some conclusions, and then decide how to act. Our site is in the heart of Barcelona, in the heart of the old town. It is a super vibrant space and used by a lot of different groups of people through all the time of day. Their interactions sometimes from a duality, and really interesting duality, and that sometimes can be a source of conflict. So this is only on a social reality, social level of our site. On another level, it is the physical one. It's a site that's stretched from in front of the cathedral, the plaza in front of the cathedral, up to the market of Santa Caterina. And it is divided divided in half by a knife road of really high traffic that's called Via Laetana. And these were our first hypotheses from our visit to the site.
Okay, so to prove those hypotheses, we wanted to do a data gathering to see the behavior of the site and also the people that go to it. So the first thing we did was using the Smart Citizen Kit to see the noise pollution of the site. As you can see in the intersection, the Dialectal is generating so high some pollution. This is because it is a high traffic road, and also because it's too big enough to separate the plaza into sites. Later, we start to analyze the behavior of the sound through the day. So we connected the noise in different moments of the time because we want to know about the usage of the plaza in one day. After that, we wanted to know about the accessibility of the plaza. So we tracked to look at in the mobility of the pedestrian level. So we mapped our own movement using Moves app, and we understood the accessibility points of the plaza, also how much time it took us to go to one side of the plaza to another, and also to cross the Via Letana. As final data gathering, we wanted to know about the type of user that was in our site. So we used social media data, in this case Twitter, to know about the type of or where the users came from. So we, as you can see on the map, one side is fully of most populated of local people, the orange points, and the other side is most populated of tourist people, the blue points. So this kind of generates a pulse in each side of the plaza. So we observe what is going to happen if we propose a series of programs and actually start to mix these poles together as well in the physical space.
So in order to mix and to reunite, let's say, we started to define attractor points. These attractor points are a representation of activities that can take place on the square. These activities can be anything. It can be a market, it can be concerts, it can be touristic information. And those activities, they can change throughout the day and even throughout the weekend. Maybe you have more activities in the weekend. And sometimes there's maybe one big activity, or there's two smaller activities, or there's three activities. And these same attractor points can then be used to as an input for smart traffic. So in the sense that the attractor points, the smart traffic tries to avoid the attractor points, and thus we try to find a solution for the pretty violent traffic throughout our site. So then if we start to translate this idea of attractor points to a physical reality, we try to work with interactive aerial structures, and we were thinking of a system of balloon drones that could flock together above activities. So we could think of these drones as a sort of cloud. They can take any shape, actually, according to the activity. Maybe at some point they're higher, maybe they're lower. So they can generate different shapes. And then actually these same drones can also function in the direction of the traffic. Maybe they block certain roads, and maybe they leave open certain other roads, and as such we generate an easier flow of possibilities and of possibilities to reunite the space. So and then actually, so the problematic that we found on our specific site and the use of these drones that generate as clouds that kind of define a space where activities can take place can then be projected on a bigger scale and can be seen throughout even Barcelona. We can imagine activities taking place on different squares. We can start to imagine even projections on the balloons, so that there's kind of an overlay of a bigger network of these networks, and there's a bigger network of interaction, the hyperplasm, what we call the hyperplasm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. What are the data elements that is feeding the movement of your installation, the drone balloon?
Well, we imagine that it's basically an agenda of activities, so it can be anything.
No, because I'm saying that because I think it would be nice to start thinking what those could be. I don't see that so much about activities, although it's interesting to create this kind of, let's say, on the one hand, let's say, a surface that is indicating where activity takes place, and on the other hand, it also works as a kind of a saving device, I understand, or protection device from the weather. But I think what is interesting is that when you start introducing this kind of aerial agent that annoys the city function. No? It changes the way that the city is functioning. It can lower down traffic. It can just stand in front of a car and stop let's say, the next step. It can bring people together. I mean, I think it's a kind of a very, very interesting, the fact that we are thinking that there is this kind of flying barge that is that it could generate, activate, on the one hand activities, but on the other hand break the existing activities. So it's not only which are the new activities. I think it's also interesting to see what kind of existing operations are being braked by that agent in order to either support your new program or in order to bring kind of a more efficient balance into the operation of the city. I think that would be pretty interesting as kind of adding into your scenarios. Otherwise, I think that it's also nice that we see that for the first time that the drone is having a uniform. No, it's a balloon. It's not like a drone anymore. I think that's nice, because that's already introducing kind of another flying public, even architectural elements.
I guess it also in some way resolves or proposes to resolve the issue of drones potentially falling on someone's head. If it's a balloon, it's not so bad. Sorry. I was also thinking that maybe, so you guys are talking about projections, and I was thinking that maybe you could start thinking of, rather than projecting on these balloons, which would mean another sort of infrastructural input, whether the balloons or the drones project from the inside of the balloon, so maybe these drones become pixels of a much bigger sort of picture. So in that sense, maybe I don't know, you can even write things with the drones, sort of make very explicit, very basic messages with just a bunch of balloon drones. But congratulations, I think.
No, they look nice and sort of huggable and cuddly. But I think what's surprising is that maybe we can, and even with the last project, is like the conversation can shift to like who owns this or who controls it. I mean, is it still the city sort of imposing when these things pop up on the street, or when these things arrive as a kind of a different device to mediate the activity? In this future, do we control it, or is it just by activity, or is it this a third agent that is itself controlling it? I mean, I think that could be an interesting discussion. Big brother drone. Or have aliens arrived by now? I don't know. But I think it's also would be interesting to then get to really question this thing, like who controls it, who owns it, how does it operate? Because I think there's a really interesting discussion there with both of these projects. I think this one in a way is interesting because it offers, maybe it's so kind of like not something we're used to seeing, that maybe the discussion is easier to have about this thing, because it still is in this form that we could project, not project like actually project, but we can sort of shape it with our own brains eventually of what each person can imagine it could be. So yeah, I think for that,
well, congratulations again. We had some differences in the midterms, but I think you managed to resolve it. I think it's a very smart idea. It's full of potential, as all the jury said. My only point is that I see the identitary discussion irrelevant. No? I mean, you could use this in many circumstances independently if there are more locals or tourists, or no, it can be applied everywhere, and you don't need even to explain that. I understand that it's useful for you to start the project and to start thinking. But at the end, I see it so powerful that it could be applied in many places and to resolve many combinations. Not just this one. Congratulations.
We took actually a little bit more time than what it was expected, but it was 7 minutes, the presentation, just to say. Perfectly time as well. So, good. Now, before closing, I'm going to ask you for 3 more minutes. As you know, we are using the timer quite a lot, so it's going to be actually 3 minutes. With Efilena, we're going to explain you a little bit what is the structure that is behind us. And actually, just to spend only one word before saying this, we decided to split the groups in different areas, as I said before, but for the installation, we decided to let them work together. We thought that was a perfect opportunity for all of us to work as a team on one specific topic. So Efilena is going to explain you which is the logic behind it. I'm going to open the presentation. We will move the camera there afterwards. Okay, if you the video is this one. This one, no? No, the video is in the this one. See, okay. I'm gonna share the screen. Okay, after this. Okay, I'm gonna share the screen.
So until we share the screen, I wanted to congratulate all the students for the hard work that they have been doing during these 2 weeks. And I wanted a little bit to sum up all the process. So I wanted to say that what we tried to do during these 2 weeks was not to design, not to do urban design, but actually to design the process, how we can plan the city. So we focus more on the process and the strategies that could be useful in an era that changes continuously. Yes, so as we saw in the previous presentation, design can emerge from different parameters. So we saw designs emerging through the wind flow, through the water flow, through the disposition of material waste, or the interaction with the humans. But what we wanted to do is not to stay on the urban scale only, but scale down and use the same process of generative design into our fabrication. So you saw that many of the students use drones in their design. It's not because we are obsessed with drones, but because we wanted to create a swarm intelligence system. And commenting also in Luis' comment, we wanted to control this flow in the city by a human being. So we wanted to design a drone station that could be placed in different places in the city or in different landscapes. So we wanted a flexible, emergent designed strategy. So we designed the drone station, and we started about our program. So what we want is to place this in different places. So we create a base, which is where it's going to be placed. And we also, according to the different programs in the different locations, we select if we want how many agents, like how many drones we want to use. So using this logic of generative design, we had our agents starting from the upper part of the structure, which is the place that the drone is landing, directing through the base. So we rationalize these curves that conclude from the agent's movement to a linear lines that respect a specific grid that we'll explain a bit later. And then we added connections to the places that were weak. So our structure, the result of the structure is a structure with 78 nodes in the connections where all these lines meet. And it's materialized by wooden sticks and paneling to cover the structure. But what is the most important part of this design is the node. So, as I said before, we rationalize these lines into specific directions. So creating a cube and creating all the 26 different directions deriving from the center of the cube, we wanted to construct a node that can cut all these 26 directions. So the result is a press fit node, as you see in this slide. And as I said before, is a modular design that can be differentiated into different locations. But the idea is that each node is customized according to the specific information. So we have different possibilities to create different products sticks, the Google sticks in our structure, by plugging different pieces on our central part that you see here. So this video shows clearly the idea of a customized nodes, that each one of these is different and is connected with different amount of sticks. So
Escape.
I have to escape. Okay, so you will see all the structure built behind you, and we also have the projection of the data on it. But before I close, I want to show to you the video for the process that took place during these 2 weeks. So we have 6 different cities, 115 students around the world. We had our global lecture series from all the different nodes. Food production, energy production, augmented citizens, data. So we did all the fabrication using digital tools like the robotic arm, CNC machine, and laser cut. Also, we used computational software. So we see here how the design process emerges through the flows of the water. We used also 3D scanning to scan plants. We were split between Valdaura and IAC. So we use the drone to take pictures in order to create a digital model from a tree. Also manually with the cameras, we scan the vegetation. And now is the fabrication part, as I said, with the robotic arm, CNC milling and laser cut machine. So here we laser cut the different pieces for the nodes. We pre-cut the wooden sticks. And then we give them to the robot to do all the details. So cut them with a specific length, do the slits, and then drill. So we managed to build the pavilion in 2 days, 1 day and a half. And now I want to invite all of you to go to the pavilion and see the projection of the data on it.
So we're gonna now move to the pavilion installation, show you very quickly how it looks like, and then we can close the lecture. As I'm gonna show a little bit. As you can see now, I'm gonna show you a little bit the nodes. There is not much light since we are doing a mapping on top of it. I guess you guys can see something. And then on top, we also have we have our drones. So basically, this structure is not a structure; it's an interface. As you understood from what Filena said, this is not even the result of a specific design, but the result of a set of goals that our agent needed to follow according to the program. So we have two platforms and a series of desks where people can stand and read the information and also access to the information that the data that the drone is downloading from all these flights. And apart from that, with all these beautiful lights, the data is basically once we went to Valdaura. When we went to Valdaura, we used the drone. I'm gonna put this one here. We used the drone to test in real life what they actually can do today. Then we started to work with the Pi project. We were working on what drones can do or robots can do at the human scale more. The data that I can download actually the one connected to the Smart Citizen, or it can be the one data, so the one connected to the video plans that we use for the synthesis, or connected to also the 3D scanning and the parsing of the point cloud, so detecting different surfaces, understanding the bioreceptivity of materials. So at the moment, the data can be stored in, say, a mix of all these different systems, but we can push it forward and for sure we will. Now, I would just like to call all the jury and also all my team, the team of the GSS, which also includes the big support from Alex Dubois and Giorgio Stanojevic for the fabrication module, and as well from Chirac Rancole and Eugenio Pettucci for the aerial robotics, and the green help also we got from our collaborators, so Peter and Jonathan, that you can come here, and as well. Christian. Christian, Camille as well. Federica. Monish. So, apart from that, this is the team of Barcelona, but we are not complete without our stars, which are our students. So, guys, come in front of the camera and say hi all together to the rest of the world. I it's not all, because we're gonna now pass the torch to Aiti.
I just I want to say congratulations to all. I don't know if the other nodes are there and they are hearing us and if the students are there, but I think that if you haven't realized, if you haven't conceived, this is a pretty radical innovative educational model, where it's not only gives you the opportunity to learn tools and do some architectural proposals during 2 weeks, but it also opens up the doors to connect with cities around the world and also see what other people are working on the same topic, this global agenda, local solution that we keep on talking about is very important because it's a way of trying to see how same topics can have different response in other cities. So that's why I want to also thank all nodes of the world that they have been participating into that tradition. And a big thanks to Aldo and Jimena, Chirac, and the Barcelona team, because it's not only that they have set up the Barcelona workshop, but they have also been the global coordinators of this global summer school, which is the biggest academic event in summer 2016. So congratulations to the faculty, congratulations to the hosting institutions, and guys, congratulations for the work that you're doing with the licenses. Okay, thank you.
Before I want to give the speech to Silvia Brandi.
Alright guys, so if everybody is with me, because I'm in charge to make an announcement too, my interest. So we imagine that some of you might have decided to come to take this global summer school in the possible perspective to further study at YAC afterward. And we decided today, watching our presentation, that since of the great level the sheet is here, we would like to offer to the one of you that are to the fifth people interested in taking the master in technology, the 25% off on the fee. So it's something that is not common, that is really because you request us, and it's because the topic of your course is very much related to this master. It's a master that we launched last year. It's amazing. Matilda and I will let the corner can give you all the detailed information about it.
Now that Sylvia starts to do this kind of offers, you need to take advantage. Is this open to the other nodes as well, or only to our Barcelona?
Now, yes.
It's a worldwide offer. Okay, this is really it's not common for the historical global summer school of the art to have such a level, and so we're impressed, and we want to make it.
We want to keep you in Barcelona. That's
all the bright minds around the world, we want them here to and then practice. So just let us know if you're interested. We will send you a condition email in the next days. You have the data and you can go and channel. Anyway, this was just one more way to say congratulations. We are impressed with the amazing job, and thanks to all the team as well. Congratulations.
From the YAC, this is that we will give you the diploma. Thanks to all the notes, thanks to everyone. So I'm going to close now our global final presentation. So bye bye world. Thank you.